All right on the left wing? Right wing ready? It is 9:03, and it's time to call this meeting to order. So we're going to start with our prayer. Terry Hucks will be directing us an invocation this morning. You're on, sir.
Shall we pray? Dear Father God, we just thank you for this day, this glorious day that you have made for us. Father, we just thank you for your many blessings. Father, we just pray during this time in our country that you'll be with our leaders. Father, I just pray that you'll put a hedge of protection around our men and women of our armed services, Father, and just watch over them. Father, we just pray that you'll be watching over this meeting today. Father, we pray that our local leaders and our leaders throughout this country, Father, in their decisions, that they will allow you to influence their decisions and their thoughts, Father, because in all things you do, Father, it is perfect. Father, we just thank you for the blessings again. We pray for rain. Father, we just pray that you'll be with each and every person in this meeting this morning and bless their families. We pray that we give, in all things we do, we give you the glory. In your precious name we pray. Amen.
And to help us in our Pledge of Allegiance this morning, we have some children from the Trinity Lutheran Church, and Connor Shin, a third grader, will be the one that leads us in our pledge. And after the pledge, we're going to let these kids introduce themselves so that we can honor each and every one of them. Connor, are you ready?
Yes, sir.
There's your microphone, there's the American, and there's the Texan. Go, baby.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to the Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible.
Thank you, Connor. Excellent job. Each one of y'all come by and introduce yourself and tell us what grade you're in so the people will know who you are. We've already had, this is Connor Shin. He's a third grader. Just follow around, please. Who's next? Step up.
I'm Anthony, and I am in second grade.
I am Oakley, and I'm in 5th grade.
I'm Victor, and I am in third grade.
I'm Alex Ogazabal, and I'm in 5th grade.
I'm Esther White, and I'm in 7th grade.
I'm Isabella Ogazabal, and I'm in 3rd grade.
I'm Paige Harris, and I'm in 6th grade.
I'm Shane Whited, and I'm in 5th grade.
I'm Savannah Rosani, and I'm in 6th grade.
I'm Connor Shin, and I'm in 3rd grade.
Hi, I'm Joey Kamalai, and I am in 2nd grade.
We thank these kids. Let's get a picture. Let me get behind you. Brian, get a picture of us, please, sir. Come in, kids.
All right. 1, 2, 3.
Thank you very much. We appreciate y'all very much. And these are the Interscholastic League, correct?
Private school interscholastic team.
Private school interscholastic team.
It's like UIL.
Okay. Thank you for bringing them.
Absolutely.
Rodney, come down here with me, please, sir. We have a very, very special honor this morning in that we have the 2A state basketball girls champs. And we want to bring you up and honor you for the wonderful things that you have done and introduce you. And to help me, Rodney Fleming.
Come on up, girls.
Are you going to read off the proclamation?
You take care of it. I don't have a proclamation. That's all we've got. And this is probably the most important item of business that we will tend to this morning.
First of all, we just want to say how proud we are of these girls. I've never been so more proud of a set of girls in my life. I love watching them, and it was awesome game. I know some of them are probably just now healing up with all the bruises, especially Maddie and Sadie. Who was it? Oh, it was Sadie. Were y'all guarding that number 44? No, Bobby. Or Bobby. You were guarding number 44 the whole time? She was rough. She was very rough. We're going to introduce the coaches first. We have Tate Lombard. He's the head coach. Hey, Tate. And then we're going to introduce the assistant coaches. We have Chris Slicky. We have Michael Huxon. Michael Huxon. And is Paige here? Miss Lombard? Miss Lombard is the other coach for the team. The girls, if you'll just raise your hand as I introduce you. We have Alexis Garcia. We have Sadie Brest. Bobby Chitsey. Allie Dursky. Stella Doyle. Shelby Roach. Kelsey Walling. Hannah Carr. Maddie Chitsey. Whitney Barnett. I don't think Whitney's here. Whitney's one of the managers. Sloan Bratcher. She is here. Macy Gully. Rachel Key. Maya El Masher. El Masre, I'm sorry. I knew I was going to get it wrong. I asked also. I tried to get it right. Segan Yost. Sagan Yost. Carly Pettit. And Emma Phillips. We just want to recognize them today for the great accomplishment. This is a huge deal for our girls and for this area to have a state championship. Very rarely do we see a team, an organized team, go all the way to the state, and we as the city of San Angelo want to thank you for doing such a great job. And the one thing I want to say also that very impressive was there wasn't a senior on the starting lineup, so I expect these girls to be there next year also. Thank you.
It is an honor, isn't it, to have a state basketball team right here in the Concho Valley. Very proud of these girls. We now have a couple of proclamations. One of them is for the National Lutheran School Month. And if y'all would come up again, and I will read this, then each one I'm going to make a speech? No. Okay. For over 150 years, Lutheran schools provided community, states, and the country with Christian leaders in business, politics, military, ministry, education, and other fields. And National Lutheran Schools Month is also an occasion for schools to interest citizens in volunteering their time and talents to local Lutheran schools. And this year's theme is Securing Each Child's Future for a Life of Service. And Lutheran schools have provided a quality Christian education program that has inspired students to serve others through civic engagement and provided students with opportunities to serve while equipping them with the tools they need to fulfill their future roles as good citizens, productive employees, and compassionate leaders. And in keeping with this year's theme locally, we are joining with Trinity Lutheran School as they celebrate almost 60 years of service to our community. And I proudly, Dwayne Morrison, the mayor of the city of San Angelo, on behalf of the city council, do hereby proclaim March 2014 as National Lutheran Schools Month and encourage everyone to pay tribute to the dedication and service of Trinity Lutheran Schools for their many years of commitment to the community of San Angelo. If you'll say a few words, I'll sign this while you're talking.
Very good. Thank you, Mayor and City Council, and we want to thank all of San Angelo for it's actually 63 years of service to the community and educating and teaching young children. This actually, I was going to say a little bit more, this actually is our private school interscholastic association team made up of 2nd through 7th graders. We participate in this competition every year. Half of these students won ribbons. Connor, we picked him to be the speaker, the pledge leader, because he won 1st place and 2nd place in his competitions, and he gets to go on and compete on a state level now at the state PSIA meet, along with Savannah Rosani. She also came in 2nd place, and so they get to go on and compete on a higher level. And our goal at Trinity is always to take children from where they are and take them where God wants them to be or needs them to be, spiritually, academically, socially, emotionally, physically, to provide as much as we can for them. So we want to thank you guys for honoring us in this way and the support you have had for Trinity Lutheran School over the past 63 years. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Brian needs a picture of holding that.
Can you get us? Yes, sir. Y'all squeeze in.
All right, everybody look right here. 1, 2, 3.
Thank you
very much. Appreciate you. Our next proclamation will be in regards to Severe Weather Week, to be accepted by Steve Miles. Steve, are you here? Well, I'll read it, and then we'll see that Steve gets this later. It says, a proclamation, whereas, as anyone caught in a Texas downpour or cold front can tell you, the weather in the Lone Star State can change in an instant. These changes can be unpredictable and intense, and severe weather can strike anywhere at any time and with little to no warning. Over the years, storms have posed a significant threat to Texans' lives and properties, and as a result, we must be ever vigilant in the face of severe weather. And while dangerous storms may strike at any time of the year, the months of March, April, and May bring a greater potential for violent weather events, including damaging thunderstorms, hailstorms, straight-line winds, tornadoes, and flooding. And it is vital that all Texans be aware of the dangers they present, and planning and preparation can greatly reduce loss of life and property when disasters strike. Texans should be familiar with the differences between severe weather watches and warnings, designate a safe place for family members to meet in case of evacuation, develop a plan to communicate with relatives and friends in other areas, and put together a preparedness kit of important supplies, and most importantly, Texans should heed warnings, information, and instructions provided by local officials and emergency management personnel. I, Dwayne Morrison, Mayor of the City of San Angelo, Texas, on behalf of the City Council, do hereby proclaim the week of March 2 through 8, 2014 as Severe Weather Awareness Week in San Angelo, Texas, and at this time I encourage all citizens to remain mindful of the dangers presented by severe storms, stay informed of current conditions, and take precautions to prevent loss of life and property. Together, we can work toward a brighter future for our city. And we're proud of Steve Miles because he is our emergency manager now, and he's done a tremendous job sending out emails and alerts and warnings, working with the county and working with the city and with the state to keep us aware of the problems that we do have. I know this last ice storm, I got about 6 emails from him, and he started at 3 and 4 o'clock in the morning. So he's doing a good job. We appreciate him, and we do need to be aware that this is a rough time of the year for our area, and be aware of the storm, of the bad weather, and take all warnings and preparations. Thank you, Steve. Next proclamation is to the American Red Cross. It's to be accepted by Joshua McDonald, the interim director, executive director, and the volunteer service specialist. And I see some people here from Red Cross. Come on up and let me read this proclamation and get it to you. It says, whereas March is American Red Cross Month, a special time to recognize and thank our heroes, those who volunteer, take life-saving courses, or provide financial donations to support an organization whose mission is to help those in need. And we would like to remember those who help us all here in San Angelo, who give help to people in need in a time of disaster, or when someone needs life-saving blood, or the comfort of a helping hand, providing round-the-clock support to members of the military, veterans, and their families, and teach life-saving classes in CPR, aquatic safety, and first aid. And across the country and around the world, the American Red Cross responded to hurricanes, tornadoes, floods, and wildfire, the tragedy at the Boston Marathon, and Typhoon Haiyan in the Philippines. And when an injured service member ended up in a hospital far from home, it was the American Red Cross that offered comfort. When a hospital patient needed blood, it was the American Red Cross blood donors that helped them. When a lifeguard jumped in to save a drowning child, or someone stepped up to help a heart attack victim, the American Red Cross was there. And we dedicate the month of March to all of those who support the American Red Cross mission to prevent and alleviate human suffering in the face of emergencies. Our community depends upon the American Red Cross, and which relies on donations of time, money, and blood to fulfill its humanitarian mission. I, therefore, Dwayne Morrison, Mayor of the City of San Angelo, on behalf of the City Council, do hereby proclaim the month of March 2014 as American Red Cross Month, and encourage all Americans to support this organization and its noble humanitarian mission. Who's going to speak? Have at it.
Well, I just want to thank everybody on behalf of our 127 volunteers over an 11-county area, and for all of our donors for recognizing the Red Cross during March.
There's a certificate, and we very much introduce yourselves up here so everybody knows who you are.
I'm Doyle Carter. I work at Angelo State.
I'm Terry Hucks. I'm the General Sales Manager for KLC KSAN and the Country Valley homepage.
I'm Joanna Alexander, and I have the Alexander Resource Group.
We're all members of the board.
And these are all members of the American Red Cross Board. Get a picture, Brian. Oh, that's not the one. I want to get that. Thank you very much. Thank you, sir. It's been a pleasure. Item 29. Okay. We're having a few computer problems, and so we're going to go ahead and take public comment. And then after we take public comment, I think we need to take a few minutes of break so that they can. We can continue.
We're going to have to stop at that point. The file will not work on your computer.
Tell me when it's time to stop. We will stop when the boss says stop, but we're going to continue until. You say number 29 has been pulled, Chief? 29. We will be pulling item number 29 from the agenda. At this time, we will take public comment. Public comment is the time when the council takes public comment on any or all items on the regular agenda. Public input on a regular agenda item will be taken at its appropriate discussion. Public input on an item not on the agenda or on the consent agenda may be identified and requested for consideration by the council at this time. The council may request an item to be placed on a future agenda or for a consent agenda item to be moved to the regular agenda for public comment. On public hearing items, public input will be received on each item immediately following the council discussion and prior to any action on the item. Each member of the public shall make the remarks from the podium and begin by stating their name. Remarks by each citizen will be limited to 3 to 5 minutes unless waived by a council member for all speaking on that matter. No individual will be allowed to speak more than once on any subject until every citizen wishing to comment has done so. So I will now open the floor up to anyone in the audience that wishes to speak, to address the council, either pro or con, good or bad. This is your opportunity to come forward and say what you want. If it is on a regular agenda, we will wait until that item. If you have a consent agenda item you won't move, then this is the time to come forward. Form a line. You're first, Turner.
Good morning. My name is Jim Turner, and this week this is the first city council meeting. We have one scheduled for Thursday, and I think that's a wonderful thing. We had great participation last time. Unfortunately, I've been looking at the agenda for the special session that you're going to have on Thursday, and it is listed as a workshop meeting with no public input during the work session agenda. I think that's entirely against what the purpose of that meeting is for. You're supposed to be connecting with the citizens and giving and getting input, feedback, and information. And I think it's up to the council, because this is a council rule. This is not a state law. State law does not recognize a workshop as any different than any other public meeting. It is strictly City of San Angelo City Council decision on how you conduct your meetings and whether or not you take public input. And it's your choice, but I think going by what the agenda states defeats the purpose to a very large degree of having an evening meeting. Thank you.
Thank you, Turner. And Jim did bring this to my attention yesterday, and we can solve this problem. Now, the agenda's has gone out, and it has to be out 72 hours before the meeting. So it's too late to redo the agenda and take the workshop word out. But the Rules Procedures gives us the opportunity. It says council may waive any rule in a particular circumstance where deemed appropriate by the majority of the council. These rules, procedure, and public input will be effective immediately upon acceptance by the city council. So we can't take the word workshop out of our meeting on Thursday because it's a done deal and we're already past the time. But we can, by consensus of the council, allow public input. And I wouldn't even think about having a meeting without having public input because y'all are the reason we are here. Public input is very important. So Thursday at our meeting, the first thing I'm going to do is call for a consensus of this council. And if 4 people up here will say we're going to have public comment, then we will have public comment and we have the legal authority to do so. So we're going to take care of it, Jim. I suspect there will be public input at that meeting. Do I have any other comments from the floor? Anybody else want to praise or criticize your city council? This is your opportunity.
Don't put ideas in there.
Mayor?
Oh, yes, sir.
I would like to invite Patrick Howard to come to the front, please. I'd like to introduce our new Community Development Director, Patrick Howard. He comes to us from San Antonio with a wonderful experience in the area of planning and community development. We're very fortunate to have him. He also serves our country as a lieutenant colonel in the Army Reserve. So welcome, Patrick.
Thank you.
Welcome.
This is your time for a speech.
Oh, okay. Well, Mayor, members of City Council, and obviously citizens of San Angelo. I'm sorry.
There you go.
I came from San Antonio, so yes, still practicing, but I am definitely all here, heart, mind, and soul, and looking forward to serving the community with you all, hand in hand.
Thank you, Patrick.
Thanks,
Good
Patrick.
to have you.
Patrick, here's y'all, okay? Y'all. No, you all, it's y'all, okay? Yeah.
And we're looking for great things out of permit and planning too. Charlotte?
And thank you for pitching back the curveball I pitched at you yesterday.
Oh, okay, no problem.
We indoctrinate them quickly when they come to San Angelo. Daniel got the first meeting, and now we've got him. So we're glad to have you, sir. Any other comments from council? Charlotte?
Yes. I want to make an announcement first. There will be a single-member District 6 Town Hall meeting at the TL Search Tuesday the 11th. I had told you Wednesday. It's Tuesday the 11th at 6 p.m. for folks in my resident council district that have questions about various projects and growth that's going on out in my district. So I wanted to make that announcement, and thanks to the folks at TLC for providing the meeting room. And the other one is a statement. I went to vote this morning. I didn't get to vote this morning. And it was quite upsetting. So for those citizens out there who've had trouble voting, I understand. It isn't exclusive just to you. I had the same kind of trouble last year when I voted in the city elections, because I was one of those that their precinct and their voting location had changed. So I went back to the same change to location and was advised that I had to go back to my old location, which I'd already been to. And they sent me to the new. But they still didn't let me vote. So I'm angry about that and hope to get to the bottom of it, and have talked to Alicia, and she is talking to the county clerk. So just to those of you out there, I appreciate your frustrations.
Anything further from the council? Everything all right on the left wing? Anybody else on the right wing? One thing, and this is an announcement that I made last meeting, and I'm going to make it again this meeting, and probably will continue. We like to be out of here by 1:30, 2 o'clock at the latest. You agree with me, Mr. Wardlaw?
How about 12 o'clock?
But we are shooting for 1:30 to 2 o'clock. We've got a very long agenda this morning. So what I am politely asking is that if you have something to address the council with, if you say it in a paragraph, don't write us a chapter. So let's be concise and precise in the things that we have to say, because most of us up here are old and we get sleepy about 1:30, 2 o'clock. So work with us on this, please, so we can hopefully be out here by 1:30, 2 o'clock. Anything else need to be said? Then let's move on to our consent agenda. Does anyone care to pull anything from the consent? Charlotte.
Items 6, 10, 11, and 12 for discussion.
Okay, I've got 4 items out of the consent, number 6, 10, 11, and 12. We will pull to the regular agenda for discussion. Anyone else care to pull anything from consent to regular for discussion? If I then could have a motion to accept the consent agenda, which will be items 1 through 18, with the exception of 6, 10, 11, and 12, I will accept the motion.
So moved.
Second.
Do we have a motion? Do we have a second? Do I have any council consideration, discussion on this? Do I have any public comment on this motion to accept consent with the 4 exceptions? Not, I will call for the vote. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, nay? Put 7-0 on that one, please, ma'am. Let's go on then to number 6, which is consideration of adopting a resolution approving the recertification of Galilee Community Development Corporation as a community housing development organization eligible to receive affordable housing funds, a building housing home fund. Charlotte?
Yes, Mr. Salas, could you explain this one to us, please, or give us some background?
Sure. Every year we need to certify what we call a community housing development organization. Those are nonprofit organizations that are basically their mission is to provide affordable housing. In San Angelo, there's only one. That's the Galilee CDC. Habitat used to be one, but they, for some reason, we no longer participate with them. If we don't certify and we don't have a CHOTO, 15% of our home funds go back to HUD. And we like to keep the money here, so that's what we want to certify.
I see. I guess I had forgotten that. Motion to approve as presented.
Second.
Do I have a motion to approve? Further council discussion? Do I have discussion from the floor? If not, I'll call for the vote. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, nay? Put a 7-0 on that one. Number 10, consideration of adopting a resolution authorizing the adoption of the Lake Nasworthy investment policy and investment strategy. Charlotte?
On the 9, 11, and 12, I know, 9 and 11, 10 and 11.
Yes, ma'am.
I know about them, I know what they are, but I would like some public input and explanation for the viewing audience, please, ma'am.
Okay, so these are the investment policies that govern the City of San Angelo's investments. There's one for Lake Nasworthy Trust Fund, and there's one for the city's regular investments. These policies are governed by the Public Funds Investment Act. So a lot of the information that is in the policies is governed by that act, and then some of it is just, who's on it, that kind of thing.
And there are 2 council members who serve on that committee, and they've read these prior to today's meeting.
Yes, ma'am, that would be yourself and Mr. Rodney Fleming.
Thank you. Any other questions?
Sorry, I was just going to say this did go to the Investment Oversight Committee last week and was approved unanimously.
Motion to approve is presented.
One question I had, just for the viewing public, is that I get asked this all the time, especially by lake residents. Is there any way that we can get a higher interest rate or a higher return on our money in the fund, the Lake Nasworthy Fund? And this was explained very well to me, and if you could explain that, it would be great.
I'll do my best
to
do. So the funds are governed by the PFIA, the Public Funds Investment Act, so it's very difficult to get high rates of return. With our Lake Nasworthy Trust, we do get a little bit of better rates because we can invest it for longer periods of time. So with that governing us, we have to look at safety, liquidity, and yield. And so safety is our number 1 priority.
Yeah. It's not like an individual investing their 401k or something like that. It's totally different. And the longevity was one of the main things. It has to go out long periods of time. We have to lock in. That's why the rate is lower. That's the way it was explained to me.
Right.
We do have the opportunity to layer or ladder those investments or that amount of money the longer period of time. But due to the low interest rates at this time, a laddered effect might provide a little bit more interest, but the fee, we have to pay a fee for each time we reinvest, and that fee would eat up any difference in that laddered effect. So that's why they're not laddered for those who have been asking questions.
Thank you.
I know I've got a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
We do have a motion and a second. Any further council discussion? Do I have any discussion from the audience? If not, I will call for the vote. All in favor of accepting this as it is presented, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, nay?
And Mayor, that was for 10
10
and
and
11. The
11.
motion was 10 and 11.
I didn't read 11, so
No, I
we
know.
just did 10. So let's do 11 now,
Okay.
and it should be quick.
Okay.
Put 7 on that one, please, ma'am. Number 11 is consideration of adopting a resolution authorizing the adoption of City of San Angelo, Texas Investment Policy and Investment Strategy 213. You want to make a motion to accept
Motion
it?
to approve as submitted.
Second.
Do have a motion. Do have a second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Put 7 on that one. Number 12, consideration. Thank you, Tina. Consideration of adopting a resolution authorizing the city manager to negotiate and execute an easement in right-of-way on behalf of the city as grantor with Bentwood Country Club LLC, granting a 60-foot construction easement and a perpetual 20-foot non-exclusive easement in right-of-way for water distribution lines on land owned by the city of San Angelo, and said easement of right-of-way being approximately 950, and I believe that's 90, is that correct?
950 feet.
950 feet in length and being located within abandoned railroad right-of-way in southwest San Angelo. Charlotte.
Mr. Dixon, I'm going to ask that you remind me about this. This was discussed a few years ago, and we had to stop all proceedings until we got some things straightened out as to exactly how much water that they would be moving.
Right, and you're correct with that, and I don't have that information with me, but I can get it. But this, to me, kind of solves that issue. Bentwood is requesting this easement for this distribution line for some private water rights that they have acquired, that they will be using that water instead of Lake Nasworthy water. And that's what this easement is about.
That will take care of what they've been using out of the lake?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and I'm not going to go into any further detail unless the rest of the council wants me to. That
right.
Okay.
I commend them for this action. I really do. I think we need to.
And they're paying for the line? Bentwood
Yes, ma'am.
is paying for the line?
Yes, ma'am.
Motion to approve is presented.
Second.
Yes.
I have a question.
Yes,
Mr.
Mr.
Dixon, can you tell us where that water is emanating from on these water rights? Is that out of the river somewhere?
Mr. Collins is here with representing Bentwood LLC, and I'll let him address that if he would.
My name's Kevin Collins. I'm from Bentwood Country Club. What we did is we secured negotiated a contract with the Holscher family, and we're going to be buying groundwater with their wells, their private wells that they hold. There will be no water coming out of the rivers. It'll all be coming from their wells. And that well water will be transported across to our production lines, and we'll be able to irrigate our entire golf course without using any city water or water from the Lake Nasworthy.
Can you tell us where these wells are located?
Yeah, they're exactly, well, I don't have the exact, I think we do have the locations. I think Ricky has the exact longitude and latitude, but they're right across Callison Road. I can't tell you exactly where they are, but the Holscher land sits right across Callison Road. We're going to come across Callison Road, across the river, and up the railroad easement.
Okay.
Do I have further comment from council?
I believe this is a great deal for the city. So looking for second options, and I wish more companies could, try to find this. So especially for the lake residents, as the lake's dropping every single week.
We're trying to do everything we can to keep this river water in the river. So
yes, sir. We're planning to start construction as soon as we get the easement in place.
Do I have comment from the public on this? If not, I do have a motion. I do have a second. I'll call for the vote. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, nay? Drop a 7-0 on that one, please, ma'am. We're now to our regular agenda. Number F is the executive closed session. We'll get to that in a little while. So let's go to section G, public hearing and comment. Number 19 is a presentation and an update on the Red Arroyo feasibility study by the Upper Colorado River Authority. The presentation will be by Operations Director Chuck Brown, Jacobs Engineering Engineer Bert Weathersby, and Water Utilities Director Ricky Dixon. You have the floor, sir.
Good morning. We'll try to keep this brief, but there's a lot of information to cover here. On this update, we do have the UCRA, Jacobs Engineering, here to give you an update, kind of their findings. Also have Jason Hill here with Lloyd Gosling, kind of discuss very briefly the water rights strategies that we are looking at, and also have Bob Brandis from Brandis Consulting here, a little more information on some modeling efforts that he did for us. So with that, I'll turn it over to the UCRA and for their presentation. How do I get to it, Alicia?
Just hit start with the first one.
Let me find it for you.
You going to be driving this chain truck?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, all right.
Oh, that was easy.
Good morning, Council, Mayor, Mr. Valenzuela. I might first recognize some of our UCRA board members in the audience. We have Jeffy Roberts back here, our board chairman from Coke County, and we have Eva Horton and Bill Holland here, board members from Tom Green County. So thank you, board, for being here. As you know, UCRA started the stormwater monitoring and modeling for the city of San Angelo back in 2010, and very early on we realized that the Red Arroyo was a significant water producer. Through Tarleton's modeling efforts and our on-the-ground monitoring stations, we realized that pretty much every time we had an inch rain in San Angelo, the Red Arroyo produced about 500 acre-feet of water. So theoretically, in our average rainfall year, which would be 20 inches of rain, the Red Arroyo could produce upwards of 10,000 acre-feet of water, which is annually 2/3 of the city of San Angelo's municipal water usage. With that, we sent out a request for proposal, and we hired Jacobs Engineering to do a feasibility study on a stormwater pond that would not only treat the stormwater to be able to be released downstream, but also as a municipal water supply. And so with that, I'm going to turn it over to our engineer, Bert Weathersby, and let him fill you in on the findings that Jacobs had.
Thanks, Chuck. I'm Bert Weathersby. I'm a senior project manager with Jacobs Engineering. It's an honor to make this presentation to the mayor and council. If you can see on the screen there, this is the location of the proposed Red Arroyo Pond, and it's located east of FM 1223, south of Avenue L. It's right in the confluence of where the Red Arroyo comes into the South Concho River, and that kind of white area that you see on the screen is the location of the pond. And UCRA recommends the construction of this pond to provide for water quality, additional municipal water supply, and also for downstream releases requirements in San Angelo. And so this presentation is going to summarize some of our findings and kind of give you the high points on that. One of the first things we did to try to find out how much water is coming off the watershed, and this Red Arroyo watershed is about 15 square miles. We were able to look at some studies that Chuck mentioned earlier that had been commissioned by the UCRA, performed by the Texas Institute for Applied Environmental Research, that looked at some computer modeling to try to predict how much volume of water would come off the watersheds for several storms that they looked at. And those storms are listed on the screen. They ranged from about 3.74 inches of rainfall down to 0.74 inches of rainfall. And so we kind of honed in on this study as a way to kind of look at how to size this pond and see if it was feasible. Some of the information that we looked at, the EPA and other agencies recommend that you build a pond that will capture the 95th percentile of rainfall that comes down the watershed. That ensures that your pond is not too big, that it doesn't stay full, and also is big enough to capture most of the rainfall that comes down the watershed. So we went and found a gauge at Mathis Field to look at a 40-year period of record, and were able to determine that 95th percentile rainfall was 1.67 inches, and that's up on the screen. And so with the computer models that the TAIR had developed and some of the other things that we looked at, we were able to determine that that 1.67 inch rainfall, that 95th percentile, yields about 1,000 acre-feet of runoff from the watershed. And an acre-foot is an acre of water 1 feet deep. So this storm would yield about 1,000 acre-feet. This is a shot of the Red Arroyo Watershed. The area in black is, excuse me, my finger's a little bit heavy here. As I said, the watershed's about 15 square miles. At the point where we would have the pond, it's just a little bit before it goes into the South Concho River, so that's about 14 square miles. We also did some averaging, as Chuck alluded to, and we believe that in an average year, looking at the production from the storms that I mentioned earlier from the TAIER study and the production of that 1.67 inch rainfall, and in an average year, it looks like that 11,600 acre-feet would be able to be produced from the watershed. And that's over, in an average year, San Angelo gets about 19.4 inches of rainfall. So once we decided that we could build a pond to capture the water coming down the watershed, we needed a way to get this water over to the water treatment plant, the Lone Wolf Water Treatment Plant, so that you could treat it and get it into the San Angelo system. There's several ways to do that. We looked at 3 of them, whether we could just gravity flow it over to the treatment plant, gravity flow and pump it, or just do a straight pumping. We found out that pumping was the most optimal way to get it there. So we proposed a pumping system that would pump about 20 million gallons a day and drain the pond when it was full and get it over to the water treatment plant. And so, of course, I think everybody really wants to know how much this will cost. So that pumping system that we talked about, we looked at the cost of that, the cost of excavating the pond, and the pond that we settled on is about 1,800 acre-feet in size, and it's the area on your screen that's kind of in black to the left of that large black line. That's the pond area that we would look at. It's got a water line that runs through it right now, so we'd need to relocate that water line, excavate the pond, provide a liner. All that kind of information is in the cost estimate that we came up with. And our number is about $20 million, which includes all those items for the first construction cost of the pond. One of the things that makes this feasible is that we hope to use that land to the right of where the pond would be built to stockpile and spread the material from the excavation of the pond. If you can do that, this makes this $20 million cost estimate real. If you have to take that dirt and haul it off, 5 miles, 7 miles, wherever, that dirt cost hauling could go from $3 a cubic yard, which is in our current cost estimate, up to as high as $10 a cubic yard and drive the cost of the whole pond up. So this all is predicated on being able to haul that stuff close by and stockpile it on that adjacent land.
And I might add, Bert, that land that you see to the east of the proposed pond area is owned by the city of San Angelo.
We also determined some additional issues to consider, and I think these will be talked about. Water rights issues for trading out the water that you're currently taking out of the South Concho and this water. Those issues are being worked out. There are also some minor wetlands issues in the Red Arroyo that we might impact. We'll keep those to a minimum, but those will, if at a certain threshold, those might have to get a permit from the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers. And then there's some small property acquisition kind of on the edge of the pond that might need to be taken care of. So what we found out is that the concept of this storage basin to supply water for the city to the treatment plant is feasible. As I said earlier, the excavation costs drive this total cost estimate, and these scenarios are predicated on being able to take that dirt to a nearby location. So that's pretty much our presentation. Chuck, were you going to?
No, that sums it up. Any questions from council?
Chuck, I went over this plan again with Ricky and them on Thursday, Ricky and Daniel, and the main objections I think that they have is that this project could significantly go up from 20 million to 40 million or more because of the groundwater. They're really worried about if we dig down 10, I think it was between 10 and 14 feet that we'd have to dig down there. I know I talked to you before about it just depends on the liner. that we had put in, or the base that you put in to keep the water from coming back up into the system we have there. What is your feeling on that, and how can you explain that?
Sure. In the cost estimate that we showed you all ago, we have a cost for a liner in there. Yeah, I think it's a 4-foot thick liner. There's several ways to prevent the water from coming in from the river, the groundwater forces into the pond. We looked at some of those forces that would press up on that liner and possibly cause it to fail. It's a shallow, unconfined aquifer, and we think those forces that would be on the liner would be small enough to be held back by the 4-foot liner. If we get into the more detailed engineering design of this and find out it needs to be a little bit more, I think we've got enough in there to cover that. If we have to do a cutoff wall, which some people have suggested, I think the liner costs that we have in there now would cover that. So there's still some more detailed engineering to be done, but I think that what we've got in there covers what your concern was.
I think Ricky's concern, and rightly so, is that this project, that it could really balloon up, and we really won't know until we've done, and I hate to say this because I know the public hates this, but more studies on that groundwater table over there and seeing exactly how deep it is all in there, and exactly how much water could possibly come up, because they were saying that it could go from a 4-foot liner to a 6 or 8-foot liner, or even more, which I would think would really drastically up the price, because you have to go down that much further on it, and then we go into the table even that much more.
Well, and there's some additional options to consider as well. You could actually excavate down even further and let that static groundwater pressure be level with the river. I mean, there's other options, and there's other engineering things that can be done. We just don't think that this is going to be that big a deal. I mean, yes, you will probably have to do some dewatering if you construct this project, but that's not typical for this area, but it's very typical all over the United States, and engineering can accommodate this.
Right. And I've been on board of this project all the way around, but I want to also make sure that, I don't want a project going from 20 to 22 million to 50 to 100 million. We can't do it.
Absolutely, and there needs to be some more studies. This was just a very rough, I don't want to say cheap and dirty, but this was a feasibility study that didn't have a significant amount of engineering budget in it. If this were to press forward, obviously there would need to be some more significant geotechnical investigations and a full-blown engineering study done.
And do you guys feel real confident with the amount of water that's coming through that basin there? I was brought, they let me know that they thought the city feels like it may be a lot less than what you guys are thinking.
All I can say is I've measured it, and I'm going to stand right by my numbers.
Okay. That's what I wanted to hear. I think Ricky. Go ahead. Charlotte?
I have 3 questions, and I realize this is stormwater runoff, and wherever and whatever it runs across, that's what's going to be in there. So what is your estimate of the quality of water and the cost to treat it to make it for human consumption?
Well, you would have to allow, this is going to be a basin, so you're going to have to allow the pollutants to settle out. Whether you catch it in San Angelo or whether it goes down the Concho River and settles out at Ivy, it's all relative. The treatment cost, there's going to be a little bit more probably because of the turbidity, because the red Arroyo is red, it has some fine clays. So there's going to be a cost to treat it that may be a little more. I'm not a water treatment person, but that's an obvious that could be a cost. The settling effect will remove a lot of the pollutants. We use water from the river right now, and after storm events, we're drinking. If it's on the ground, it's in the water, whether it's, like I say, whether it's in this pond or whether it's all the way down at Ivy. So I'm not concerned. Generally speaking, the water quality as far as total dissolved solids is very good. There are some nutrients, of course, that run off, fertilizers and stuff like that from yards and just our everyday use that are elevated, but not to an extent that's a concern, and by no means anywhere above any type of EPA levels that would warrant concern.
Okay, my second question was, after this process and the amount of water that you feel that is there, what does that break down to as to how many gallons we would gain? So I could try to put a price tag on per gallon.
I've done that, and let's say we come in at 20 million. Say this project comes in at $20 million.
Mm-hmm.
This project has been identified in the Region F water plan, so it is available for low interest Water Development Board loan, somewhere around 2 to 3%. If that's the case, on a 20-year note at $20 million, and I also added $100,000 a year in operation and maintenance of it, that would end up at $286 an acre foot. If you amortize out on a 30-year schedule at $20 million, that's $222 an acre foot. Let's say we run into a wasp nest and it costs $30 million. That's 50% over budget. With the same 3% money, $100,000 a year for operation and maintenance, that comes out to $419 an acre foot, and that's on the very high end. And I will say that the previous studies done on water reclamation and water reuse from the wastewater treatment plant are anywhere from almost $900 down to a medium of around $700 with the study that was performed in 2006.
Thank you, Mr. Brown, for having those numbers already calculated.
Yes,
for my
ma'am.
question. The last question is time frame. If this were approved today, best case scenario, when would there be water available?
When the hole's dug and it rains. I would say permitting, construction, and all that on a fast track, I don't foresee it being done within a year, but certainly within 2 years.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Silvas.
Chuck or Bert, I had a phone call or two from some folks that heard about this idea. And I guess a lot of people don't understand that the city operates in different buckets of money, okay? So when they see a $20 million price tag, right away they, eyebrows go up, because all they think about is, and these folks called and talked to me about, for example, the Bell Street, why would this take precedence over Bell Street? I said, it wouldn't, and we're not there yet. But whenever they call, and I'm telling you, they don't understand the big picture. But my question is, and it was brought up, the water basin, the storage basin, what quality dirt or what type of dirt is there now?
Right now, there's a typical, just your sandy loam on top that's topsoil. As you go down a little bit, there's very thickness of a clay, a pretty tight clay, which theoretically could be removed and stockpiled and then reintroduced into the pond as a liner. And then once you get below that clays, you have a strata of gravel down to a water table, which is anywhere from 14 to 20 feet, basically, is what the boring said. So it's topsoil, clay, and then a gravel.
And then in that same conversation, the topic came up is, hey, if they dig out that dirt, and you answered my question, if you're going to stockpile it, aesthetically speaking, it wouldn't look good. I don't know how you propose to do that, but could we not turn around and maybe give that dirt away and make it look somewhat better than just having a big mound of dirt?
Well, and it's not going to be really as big of a mound where we propose to do it on the city property to the east of the pipelines and the power line right away. The engineers think that amount of dirt it wouldn't be a huge dam. It's not going to be an obscene looking dam with a big slope. It would be a gentle mound that would raise the elevation of that area about 3 feet across that entire area. So it's not a big obtrusive structure.
And I think the bottom line, Mayor, is that the concern is if the $20 million figure or idea is not set in stone, then there is a concern there of, like Mr. Rodney said, that the price probably going up, maybe going up. So rest assured that those folks are listening and watching to see every move we make. So again, that $20 million price tag is what was of great concern to a lot of folks that feel there's other projects that we could focus on rather than jump into this one right here.
You can't find any cheaper water than average of $300 an acre foot. I promise you. You can't do it.
I appreciate that.
Marty?
I don't have any clue.
Don? Yes, sir.
Have we calculated where a break-even point would be if we do this, as far as getting $300 water and selling it out there? Can we pay the loan off faster than that if we're able to use the calculations that they have for us now?
We haven't calculated a break-even point, but we can
determine and execute a loan term in accordance with council's priority. If you want to pay it off quicker, that has a more upward pressure on the rates. If you stretch it out longer, that doesn't put as much immediate upward pressure on the rates. We have looked, and every time we look at large expenditures like this, we try to minimize the impact on the ratepayers. And so with this project also, we've looked at existing debt structures. How could we fit additional debt around current maturities, which are coming up in the next few years? We are looking at ways to minimize that impact, but
well, and I guess my real question is, to kind of break to the chase, would we have to increase the cost of our water when it will give us more water to sell? You know, what I'd like to see is us be able to maintain our current, as much as possible, our current amount that we're selling water for, due to the increase in amount of water that we possibly can sell.
Well, the cost of the water is dependent upon the totality of expenditures in a given year. And this will increase those expenditures. And so the overall cost of water will go up.
Okay.
The question is, does it go up more than the availability goes up? And we haven't run that scenario.
Mr. Wardlaw.
No questions at this time till we get further along.
Okay, Rodney, let's go back to you.
One of the things, and Johnny brought this up about other things that need our infrastructure that needs to be redone and everything. I just want to put it out there that, and I've been saying this over and over, without water, it doesn't matter whether we have bumpy streets or we have bad water lines all throughout the city. Water is our number one thing. I'm not saying that this is the project that we have to do, but this is one of the projects that we seriously need to investigate, and we need to find out whether it can be done or cannot be done, what the exact costs are, and also our other projects that we're working on right now. Water is number one. All the other stuff is number two. Without water, we have no city. And the public needs to start thinking. They need to get that in their frame of mind. When Don was asking about the price going up, the price is going to go up. We know that, and we know that our future price is water is going to be like gold, especially out here in West Texas where we have no water. We need to all be getting that into our mind. We are going to pay more for water. I don't like it. I don't like raising the stuff, but we are going to have to go into that frame of mind. We need to do what's best for the city.
Charlotte?
Could you pull back up your map that showed the pump locations? Thank you, that one. And somebody might need to point out for me where the water plant is, because my question is going to be, can this water be blended with our Hickory water?
Certainly.
If we need to blend. You're shaking your head yes. So the availability to pipe it to the plant is there. It's in the cost that you have, and this water can be used to blend.
Correct. The proposed facility is less than a half a mile from the treatment plant. You can see the three little round the circles up at the very top of the screen there. That is actually some of the finishing ponds at the water treatment plant. So it's in its backyard, basically.
Thank you.
Johnny?
Yeah, Chuck, looking at the probable cost slide, the $10 million for excavation and haulage, if you eliminate the haulage, what does that price drop down to, or does it, or?
That is the bottom. That is the bottom dollars, $3, and that would just be hauling it from the pit right there to the adjacent land and then back.
So that's half of the price right there, $10 million.
Sure.
The discharge piping, there's pipe there already, so I guess that's not usable. I mean, whatever is there now, or?
There is a pipeline, and Ricky might have to help me with this. I believe that.
Is it that red line?
There's the purple line, I'm assuming, is the Hickory line.
Yes, that's the 30-inch Hickory line.
And then the yellow line is the big southwest feeder main. Is that correct?
Right. The southwest feeder main is already finished water, potable water that goes out to the distribution system. The purple line, it doesn't show up real well, is the Hickory line. Now, we can't pump this water directly in to the Hickory line because there's special treatments options on the hickory water. I mean, we've got to remove the radium and the iron, and we can't blend this raw water with that. It'll mess up that process.
So could we not take advantage of the yellow line, or?
No,
No.
no, that's a cross connection. You don't want to, the Arroyo water be running out of your tap.
Oh.
Chief,
Okay.
did you have a comment?
Yeah, very briefly, Mayor and council members, first of all, I want to commend UCRA for the study that they've done. We definitely understand, I was pretty excited initially when I saw the project as well. We want to do everything we possibly can. As you mentioned a while ago, we want to make sure we have the correct engineering numbers. We started our own engineering numbers to determine what the actual cost could be to the city. And again, we know that this is an urgent matter for us. We want to make sure we do everything we possibly can to secure more water. And we have other options that we're looking at, of course, and what we want to do is make sure that we find the most cost-effective option for the city as well in securing that water. But first and foremost, we need to make absolutely sure that we have those numbers, the engineering numbers, and we're all in agreement before we can even recommend going forward with this. But this is something that we definitely don't want UCRA or this community to think that we're dragging our feet on. We just want to make absolutely sure that we know what we're dealing with.
As we should, as we all should.
Marty?
Yeah, I just had one question after all. Chuck, if I understand this right, you know, once we catch the water, we'll want it to settle, as Ms. Farmer said, and then pump it out back as fast as we can, right?
Sure.
So,
Yes.
and we can do that over 2 weeks. Does that include the settling time, or?
We probably have to see, I would think no more than a week, it would settle out significantly. And yes, you would have to actively manage this pond. You would have to, as you received inflows, you'd have to let it settle and treat it and use it and wait for the next event. I might also add too that you're going to have a certain, if this does come to fruition, you're going to have a certain amount of water that you're going to be able to use for municipal supply. There may be additional water available that can be used for downstream releases, which would further save Twin Buttes and Lake Nasworthy. So you could not only use this, but if you got up to your allotment of what the water rights say you can use per year, there could be additional water that could be metered, could be settled out, released down the Concho River for downstream water rights users, and thus save some of your lake levels in Nasworthy and Twin Buttes.
Would keep the lake level at Nasworthy higher, possibly?
It could. It certainly could.
Okay.
You knew I was about to ask that question.
Yes, sir.
Because I'm very concerned about that river east of town. I don't want to kill that river.
Yes, sir.
So we would still be allowing all of the inflow that we have to go downstream as it's supposed to. But we would be releasing from the pond instead of releasing from Nasworthy, which should stop a lot of the evaporation. So really, we ought to get more water from the pond than we would get from Nasworthy and maintain the same river levels that we have now.
You could certainly do that, yes, sir.
Now, that's my primary concern is we've got to take care of that river because we're not the only people that live on the river. So.
And I might say another thing too. Some of the concerns from the downstream landowners too were you're going to stop some scouring flows, which is needed to clean the river out periodically. This basin is only going to catch 1,800 acre-feet of water max. And the two large events that we've had over the last couple of years, there was one in August of 2011 and another one in October of 12, which were significant events, which we calculated somewhere around 4,000 to 5,000 acre-feet of water flowed past this. It was so high that it actually ran around behind our gauging station, so we didn't account for all that water because there was a significant amount that went around in the old creek channel and dumped into the backside of Lone Wolf. So therefore, the big flows, there's going to be an emergency spillway on this pond, and those big flows would continue to go downstream. What you're going to do is you're going to stop the smaller ones, and then you can meter those out. It's good water management.
It's a balancing act. Don, do you and Winky have anything else to say before we start the third round with Charlotte? Charlotte?
It just triggered another question. I'm sorry, my 3 questions have turned into 5. I would like your professional opinion on cloud seeding, and if we did cloud seeding and got rain in these tributaries to run off to, how do you feel about that? I need an opinion from somebody who's in water.
I am not a meteorologist, and I do not understand the I mean, I understand the principle of it, but I'm on the fence about it.
Okay.
Ricky is.
Ricky's a meteorologist.
Yeah, let's go with that.
He is.
Right.
No, and I can't explain how it works either, Charlotte, but you said if we do cloud seeding. We've been in this cloud seeding program since the mid-90s. We are currently in it. If there's clouds to seed, we pay our fair share for it.
I thought that contract ran out about 3 or 4 years ago.
No, ma'am.
It didn't.
We're still at it.
Okay.
Hard to see it in a blue sky, isn't it?
Yeah.
Do I have any other council?
I have one last.
Yes, Johnny.
Could you stock this pond with fish and allow our citizens to fish out of it? Or?
If you don't want to use it,
Yeah.
you would have to actively manage it and drain it, which would not be good for biology. It wouldn't. In theory, that's what we first thought. We were like, man, this would be great. But to manage it as you should, it wouldn't hold fish. Because you're going to drain it. There's going to be times you're going to drain it.
Wouldn't be any big fish, would there? Any other council comment before we go to public? Let's move to public comment on this. Anyone care to speak to this?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chuck. Thank you, Bert.
Yes, my name is Jim Turner. One of the things that probably needs to be clarified on the whole funding for this is this will probably not be paid for out of things like property taxes. This will be paid for off the water bill, how much water we sell, just like we're doing to a large degree with the Hickory line. That's not a property tax or a sales tax per se project, although the half-cent sales tax does contribute to it, and in theory could probably contribute a little bit of money to this. Bottom line, the cost of water is showing up when you pay your water bill and all your development costs, because that's the only amount of money that's big enough to handle this. And that's the fairest way to do it. You use the water, you pay for the production, the finding of it, and so on. And I'm glad to see that we've got the downstream water users involved in this, because a lot of this water is not being lost per se. It's going downstream. It's ending up in Ivy. It's ending up in the water table, and downstream users are using this. I'd like to see some numbers on what the actual impact will be on the downstream users, because as the mayor said, we have to take care of the rest of the people that in our neighborhood just as much as San Angelo. We can't take and benefit ourselves if we're hurting the people that come in here, work here, but don't live in the city. Thank you.
Any other comment from the public? Come ahead, Brother Brown. State your name. We give you 3 to 5.
How about 5?
Short 5.
Stephen Brown, I'm a consultant with the Colorado River Authority and former city manager. There are some issues that need to be resolved, but they're engineering issues and they're resolvable. And they should be done immediately, and they should be done by the 2 people, our engineering firm that we hired and the firm that y'all hired, to reconcile those differences, come up with an immediate answer to y'all on what the cost is going to be, with some options. There are some options to this liner which are cost effective and would probably come within, in my opinion, come within what we've already recommended to you. Now, this is a renewable source, taking 5,000 acre-feet of water that you already have permitted in an existing structure. That's a 1916 or 1913 permit, which is a senior permit that you're moving to this location. So you're mitigating a lot of downstream issues right there already, that you're not hurting downstream users. There are also some other issues that were used in the engineering report that y'all, the city, hired, and used some information regarding South Concho and Twin Buttes, which are really, in my opinion, superfluous to this report and have no bearing or correlation to actual runoff figures that have been measured over the last 3 years with the stormwater monitoring stations. You got a renewable source, 5,000 acre-feet of water, guaranteed almost every year. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks, Stephen. Anybody else? Come up. State your name. You've got 3 to 5.
Is that asking too much?
3 to 5.
Okay, my name is Richard Bastardo, former city councilman, candidate for city council, SMD3. If you would let Mr. Dixon come up here and the guys that were up here first, could they touch on the basis of riparian rights? Okay. You take Lake Nasworthy. I used to be told that those people had riparian rights. No, they don't. I searched the law. It's not a natural lake. It's a man-made lake. The water and all the rights that go with it belong to the citizens of San Angelo. Now, if you go ahead with this pond, which I don't object to it, if we've got the right legally, staying within the law, I wouldn't object to it. But I'd like to hear about evaporation, okay? Because it's going to have to sit there and settle, right? So, certain time of the year while it's there, you're going to lose some. And then, going back to riparian rights, it's going to be built by the city, if it does, but it's going to be owned by the citizens. Now, like it was said earlier, a lot of people out there don't understand. You need to bring them up to par. And just because it's there, and we own the water and all the rights with it, you can't just throw a line in there and start pumping it out. It don't work that way. So if Mr. Dixon and those two gentlemen can come up here, touch on that, I'd appreciate it.
Thank you. Ricky?
If y'all would allow, I'd like Mr. Jason Hill to come up and let's talk about water rights and our strategy and what we find out, and I think he can address a lot of those stuff. And Mr. Brandon's had some other information that I think is pertinent to this conversation that needs to be considered. So if y'all would allow us, we'd like to proceed.
Jason?
I have a handout that Bob's going to go over some stuff that I'd like to get in y'all's hands, so I'll do that now.
Enlighten us, please, sir.
Thank you, Mayor. Members of the council, I'm not sure if I can do that, but I can at least let you know.
Thick-headed? Is he saying we're thick-headed?
No, I'm saying I'm enlightenedly challenged sometimes. But what we have been doing is working on a way to figure out how to get this project permitted. Because each of you know, and most of the folks in the room know, that just because you see water running down the river doesn't mean you have the ability to pull it out. And in fact, for the city to do that, you got to have authorization from the state. And so we've got to figure out a way to get water right to do that. Our council has been very, openly that, getting new water appropriated in the Colorado River Basin is going to be a tall order. So the strategy would be to figure out whether or not we had some room to breathe in the city's existing portfolio of surface water rights. The Ben Ficklin water right gives the city the ability to divert 5,000 acre feet a year from the reservoir, but you don't have the capacity to pull that water out at Lone Wolf. So that right literally is just sitting there. So we have the opportunity, I think, to leverage that right and take advantage of that for the Red Arroyo. This would be considered not a storage water right like Twin Buttes or Nasworthy would be. It would be considered a run-of-river project, which means we're literally pulling water out of the river, throwing it over into our off-channel reservoir as fast as it can come down. So we got to have a run-of-river direct diversion authorization to do that. Ben Ficklin gives us the opportunity to capture that water, but only to the tune of 5,000 acre feet a year. It's important for the council to recognize that without additional permitting authority right now, what we know we could probably free up under the city's existing water rights portfolio is about 5,000 acre feet of diversion authorization. That means when you run through 5,000 acre feet in a year, if you get through that in July, everything that comes down that Red Arroyo after that point's got to go on past you. You don't have the right to divert anymore. So that's going to be a logistical challenge, but from a legal standpoint, I think the city's in pretty good shape as far as trying to get this thing permitted. Now, whether or not it can be done in a 2-year cycle, even at the best of times, it's getting water rights permitted, even amendments through TCEQ can be a challenge. So that's going to be a little bit out of the city's control, but we certainly have some experience in working those issues aggressively with the commission. With respect to, I'm not sure what other questions the council may have. I'll field obviously any questions that you have, and throw the rest of them to Dr. Brandis. But I think from a water rights standpoint, we've got a pretty decent strategy put together here.
Questions, council?
Yes, sir. Do all property owners go through the same problems as far as permitting if they build a tank on their property?
No, not all. There are some exceptions in the water code that allow folks under certain conditions to build impoundments, on-channel impoundments. There's all under very limited circumstances and for particular uses, domestic uses, livestock watering, propagation of wildlife. There's also still, going back to the issue of riparian rights, there are residual riparian rights that still exist today, but they're only recognized for domestic and livestock purposes. And true riparian rights aren't impoundment rights. They're run-of-river direct diversion rights. So for folks to build an impoundment on their place, there's a way to do it, but it's considered something akin to a statutory right that's provided for in the water code. It's not necessarily an inherent riparian right. But, so, the answer is no, not everybody has to go through the rigmarole that the city or any other municipality will have to go through as far as permitting is concerned, because there are certain exceptions to permitting in the water code that allow folks the opportunity to avoid that pleasant process.
Thank you.
Rodney?
Because the Arroyo is not classified as a river, right? Because it has no banks?
The Red Arroyo is considered a water course.
Okay.
And which means that the water that's in it is state water regulated by the state of Texas, regulated by the TCEQ.
Is it a little bit lower regulation than, is it easier to go through than taking water from the river?
Not any different.
It's the same.
It's the standard is, it's a very loose standard of what constitutes a water course, and there's just not any, in fact, I've gotten good indication from TCEQ staff that the Red Arroyo falls squarely within the definition of a water course as far as they're concerned. So whatever water collects in the Red Arroyo is held in trust by the state for the people of the state, but you got to have a permit to be able to pull any of it out.
When we have the UCRA that's on board with this project, and they really like this project and endorse this project, don't you think that would make it a little bit easier for us to get through the permitting process? And
the challenges at the TCEQ aren't political challenges. It's a factor of having a finite number of technical staff that are skilled enough to process water rights applications, and they do it for every river basin in the state of Texas. And so it's literally just a manpower issue.
Okay.
They're stretched thin. So we've got, I feel like myself, Dr. Brandis, my law firm has as good a relationship with the TCEQ technical staff as I think anybody could expect. And there's only so much work that an individual can get done in a given time, and there's just a lot of it there and not a lot of hands around the table to do it. So it's really a function of manpower more than anything else.
And the last thing, you said the 5,000 acre feet, you know, if we could get to transfer our rights from Lone Wolf over there to this basin for the 5,000. Well, 5,000 is almost the 1/3 of what we use anyways. I think we use 16,000 on average per year. 1/3 of the amount of water that we need to survive is a lot of water. So I want to make sure and let everybody know that is a big number, and it still is a great thing for us to have the capability of capturing if this was a project that becomes feasible.
Yeah, 5,000 acre feet is certainly nothing to shy away from.
And we may be able to, I've talked to a few people, that there might be in future circumstances where we can move some other water rights around possibly in the future. Is that correct?
The city's has obviously, you know, the city has several surface water rights in its portfolio, some of which are, you know, we exhaust as much as we can, and others, just from a logistical and infrastructure standpoint, you can't take as well advantage of. And so there probably are some opportunities, perhaps, in theory at least, to coalesce some of those rights.
Right.
What we would propose to do with Ben Ficklin is not necessarily transfer it, just add a new diversion point to the permit. So the diversion point would be our scalping facility there on the Red Arroyo.
Okay.
So it's a little bit of a nuance there, but it's an important one from a permitting standpoint.
Thank you.
Any other questions, council? Thank you, Jason.
Appreciate it, Mayor.
Anyone else care to speak to this?
Are we going to hear from Ricky so we can hear the city's point of view on this?
I'd like Dr. Brandis to kind of give you what he found out. We wanted to just try to give you all the information that we could come up with on this reliable amount of water that this could possibly provide. I'm not arguing the fact with anything the UCRA or Jacobs has done. I just want to make y'all aware that there is some other school of thought on this, and I'd like for him to present this at this time, and then I have a few closing remarks.
Dr. Brandis?
Good morning, Mayor, Councilman. What I've been asked to do is to look at this project in the long term and make an assessment of how much water you might expect to get from this project if you consider how rainfall varies and runoff varies with a whole range of rainfall events that you experience here in San Angelo. What UCRA has done has gone out and measured runoff from specific rainfall events, and that's important data. That gives us an understanding of how this watershed responds to specific rainfall events. What I've done is gone back and looked at some 60 years of rainfall on a daily basis as measured at this Mathis Field station, and done an analysis where I converted that rainfall on a daily basis to runoff that you could expect from the Red Arroyo Watershed. So now we have a period of 60 some odd years of data that we can analyze and see how this Red Arroyo project would really respond over a wide range of rainfall events. To accomplish this, I had to apply a rainfall runoff method that's pretty universally accepted really throughout the United States, developed by the Soil Conservation Service years ago. And this rainfall runoff method takes into account the type of land use that you have in a given watershed, and it takes into account the kind of soils that you have in a given watershed. It puts those two things together and arrives at what we might call runoff coefficients. And it's simply numbers that relate for a given amount of rainfall in a day or in an event, how much runoff can you expect to get? And it does a fairly decent job of that. So what we did, we took the land use conditions, the acreages of about 20 different land use types, and that information was provided to us by UCRA. We took those land use types. We took the soils conditions, which we are available from the Soil Conservation Service. You download soils information from the web, it's all there. We put those two things together, and we came up with a runoff coefficient that we believe is representative of the Red Arroyo watershed. So with that runoff coefficient and 60 some odd years of daily rainfall, we simulated with a model how much runoff you could expect to get from this watershed over that 60 some odd years of record on a daily basis. We incorporated into our model the Red Arroyo Basin that's being proposed, this Basin 2. We took the information from the Jacobs report as to its size and storage capacity and where it's located. We took information from Jacob's report on how much water you could expect to capture in that basin for a given rainfall event. 80%, 90%, up to 99% for some smaller rainfall events. And we use their information to determine if you had X amount of runoff from the watershed, you apply this factor and you could get Y amount into that basin. So that's what we did. Once we had the water in the basin, we put evaporation on that amount of water that's stored in our model. We put a diversion or a withdrawal on that stored water of 20 million gallons per day. That's the number that Jacobs proposed as the pumping capacity to take water out of the basin over to the Lone Wolf treatment plant. So we use that 20 million gallons per day. And by the way, if the basin was full after a rainfall event at 20 million gallons per day, it would take 27 days to fully evacuate it. And that's important because the way this basin is going to operate, it needs to be empty all the time, so it's there available to capture runoff from the next storm event. So you don't want to leave water sitting in this basin, like for fish. You want to evacuate it as quick as you can, so that if you do get another rainfall event, there's a place for that runoff to be stored. And that's what we did. We put in this 20 million gallon per day rate, and we pumped out of the basin. So we made this simulation over this 60 some odd years, and actually calculated what we thought we could capture with every rainfall event, and then we summarized those numbers into monthly quantities and annual quantities. And I would refer you to the handout. This maybe go to page 12. There was a handout. I think each of you has it. What's shown there on page 12, that's the results from this model, simulated quantities, and they're expressed in acre feet per month or per year, as you see over on the right-hand side. And these are the quantities in acre feet that you could expect to be diverted over to the Lone Wolf treatment plant as an additional supply of water based on this 60 some odd years of rainfall. And you just look at the numbers and you see they vary pretty much, from almost zero, not quite, up to something over 4,000 acre feet per year. And by the way, this model that we used, we put a cap of 5,000 acre feet per year in accordance with the Ben Ficklin water right on how much could actually be diverted from Red Arroyo into the basin. And by the time that's stored in there and it's subject to some evaporation, you don't get 5,000 acre feet back. You get in the upper 4,000s. That's why you don't see any 5,000 acre feet in here, because there's been some evaporation in the pond while it happened. Yes, sir.
I have a question. I was looking at table, page 11, but since you're on 12, explain to me the average amounts versus the minimum amounts at the very bottom of the page.
Those are the minimum and maximum values over this entire period of record from 1940 to 2013.
You just averaged them out.
And the average is the average of that period. Yes. Same thing on page 12. Yes.
But that's based off a model. That's not actuals.
We don't have actuals. That's correct. It's model. We don't have records of stream flow for Red Arroyo that go back 50 or 60 years.
Right.
We have records for the last 3 or 4 years.
Right.
So we've extrapolated back using rainfall as a driver to determine how much runoff you could expect. Obviously, rainfall is what generates the runoff. And we've used a modeling approach to arrive at how much we think could come off of there.
In that modeling, do you take into account that 50 or 60 years ago, there wasn't hardly any ground cover anywhere in the city?
We do. I mean, the model, the way we structured it, it reflects current land use.
Okay.
And all we're doing is taking current land use and soil conditions and imposing a 60-year record of rainfall on that condition.
Right.
And things could change in the future. Right now, according to UCRA's numbers, the watershed is about 50% developed. In other words, 50% of that watershed is undeveloped. It's either in farmland, ranch land, park land, but not in structures and pavement. So maybe it gets more development in the future and our runoff coefficient would have to go up.
Right.
But what we reflected was what's there essentially today based on UCRA's land use conditions. So what I want to point out, maybe just turn over to page 13, because that's the same summary of the numbers. The graph at the top is just a bar chart, but it shows you the annual amounts from the previous page, just presented graphically, that we were able to simulate as you might be able to get from this project. And if you look down at the lower part of the page there, on an average, you get about 2,600 acre feet, and that ranges from around 50 up to 4,900 on average. So you can kind of get a feel for what you could expect for this in terms of a water supply. I want to point out one thing in terms of what's called firm annual yield, and you'll see there's a couple of numbers there toward the bottom of page 13. One of them's 800, one of them's 50. The firm annual yield, the way it's defined, is the amount of water you can expect to reliably divert from a water supply project over the course of a period of time. And often you look at what's called the drought of record. And for this case, we looked at Twin Buttes Reservoir and looked at its drought of record as simulated under a firm yield condition, and then looked at our results for Red Arroyo and came up with this 800 acre feet. That's the minimum amount you get in any given year from the Red Arroyo project on a firm yield basis. And if you were to go to the Water Development Board to get funding, this is the number that they're going to look at, because in their planning criteria for a run-of-river project like the Red Arroyo, they use the minimum amount in any given year that you can get as a basis for their unit costs of water. So it's an important number that you at least should keep in mind. If there are questions about the water supply aspects, I just want to say a couple of things about groundwater.
Charlotte, do you
Yes,
have a
sir.
question?
Dr. Brendis, if I missed it, I sincerely apologize to you. But for me and for our viewing public on television, could you please state your name again, your profession, and your credentials to report to us on water, because I missed that.
All right, my name is Robert Brandis. I'm a consulting engineer specializing in water resources. Been doing this for over 40 years. And I've worked in Texas all my life throughout the whole state, doing pretty much this kind of work, reservoir operations, water rights work.
And my next question was for Ricky. This water, correct me if I'm wrong, this water that you're talking about, it eventually flows down to Lone Wolf Dam area. And Ricky, if we took the same $21 million and found it somewhere and gave it to you for improvements at Lone Wolf, would it do the same or more?
No. The reason is Lone Wolf doesn't have the capacity that this Red Arroyo basin does. I think it's like 800 acre feet of storage capacity. We're talking about 1,600 or 1,800 acre feet here. But Lone Wolf pretty much needs to be maintained at a constant level, because that's where we withdraw our water for the water treatment plant. And if we were allowed it to go dry so it would be available to capture water the next time it rained, we've got problems with how we deliver water to the city. So you really couldn't do the same thing at Lone Wolf. Other question? Let me just mention groundwater, because I know it's reared its head here lately. Jacobs actually had hired a geotechnical firm to do borings, and I know you're aware of that. They did 20 some odd borings in this area, this basin, and what those borings showed, and you might refer to page 15, they show that a substantial amount of groundwater occurred in those boreholes. And to the extent that if you built the basin at the level they're talking about building it, you would have anywhere from 10 to 14 feet of groundwater above the bottom of the basin. And you've heard this discussed this morning. Somehow that water has to be kept out of the basin. If you allow the groundwater to go in the basin, it's going to occupy the storage capacity that you want to use to store the runoff from the Red Arroyo Watershed. So you can't allow groundwater to go into the basin. You have to keep it dry. That's where this issue of installing a liner as a potential mitigative measure comes in. There's other ways to do it, dewatering systems, put in a well system, put in a cutoff wall. The liner is what was discussed in the Jacobs report. And as a result of this, I'm not a geotechnical engineer, so I asked another firm, HDR Engineering, to take a look at this groundwater situation and the possibility of building a liner. And what they come back with is they agree, due to the type of material, granular material, sands and gravels that underlie this basin, there's going to be a substantial uplift pressure on the bottom of the basin due to groundwater. And it's because you have groundwater up here and you got the bottom of the basin here where the groundwater pushes down and up on the bottom of the basin. So you've got to put enough liner, enough weight, if you will, in the bottom of that basin to keep the groundwater from just pushing up into the basin. What they came up with is if you're going to leave the basin at the elevation that they're proposing, which is about 25 feet below the ground, then you're going to have to excavate another 10 feet down to 35 feet to put in a 10-foot liner. And a 10-foot liner would be enough to offset the groundwater pressures, the uplift pressures. And that's a significant cost that I'm not sure has been included in the cost estimates we have. It's something that, and I think Jacobs agrees, it's something we need to look at in more detail. That concludes my remarks. I'll be happy to answer any other questions.
I have one quick one, and maybe it's a Ricky Dixon or a Chuck question, I don't know, but how do you propose to divert the water into that basin?
What it's going to require is to construct within the Arroyo channel some kind of low dam or weir across the channel that's going to serve as a structure to divert water through what's being proposed now are 48-inch pipes that would be installed from the Red Arroyo channel into the basin. Mm-hmm. And there would be a series of those pipes, maybe 4, 6, who knows, that would be used to make this diversion. That's the way it's been analyzed.
Because now it naturally flows into the South Concho River.
That's correct. Yeah. So we would have to put a small dam, and I'm talking maybe 4 feet in height, something like that, 4 or 5 feet, that would serve to not allow the water to go down the Red Arroyo to the South Concho and force it through these 48-inch pipes. And then, once the basin's filled, there will be a low-flow outlet in that dam. It'll be an open hole, maybe 18 inches in diameter, 12 inches in diameter, that's going to allow the water always to drain out of the structure. You have to do that from a water rights standpoint.
Thank you very much, sir. We appreciate that.
Thank you.
Ricky, you want to conclude this, sir?
Yeah, I'll try to wrap it up, and we really appreciate the time. I know we didn't do our 3 to 5 minutes and try to get you out here.
Now, this was very important.
But we need to talk about this, and as you can see, we've just looked at a couple of different options. There's a lot of other things I think that need to be considered before we can make a recommendation on this project. There was a couple of key statements made today, I think, and I think they need to be brought out. Charlotte asked, when can we have it? When can we use it? How long will it take to build it? Chuck said, when we dig the hole and it rains. I think that's a key statement, when it rains. Something we need to keep in mind that this is another, for all intents and purposes, the way I look at it, is a surface water supply hinging upon rain. We know that we have not been blessed, and everybody's lakes are suffering on this deal. Stephen Brown made a key comment. He said, there's 5,000 feet of water here available, guaranteed. That's a pretty broad statement. I don't think that if it doesn't rain, there is nothing guaranteed, and that's the important part to keep in mind on this. I think we need to do some more investigative work if y'all wish us to proceed that way, try to come up with a firm number, how to deal with the groundwater issues. There's lots of different options. We just looked at one. But more important to me is we also have a wastewater reuse study that are going to come back to y'all probably at the next council meeting, get you to award the price of that to look at. Conservatively speaking, we got 7 million gallons a day out there that we can use if we need to. That's 7,500 acre feet, give or take. That water is guaranteed. As long as we got some water to put in the homes, we're going to receive it at the wastewater treatment plant. It's not a real nice sounding option, but it's one option that we need to consider. And I think we need to make sure that we're spending our money in the right place. So with that, if you have any other questions for me or any of the gentlemen here, and I commend the UCRA for coming up with this idea. I think it's a marvelous deal. I don't want to be accused of any way putting a wet blanket on this deal, and I don't know what the cost of water is too high if you don't have any. So with that, I'm pretty much finished, and y'all can do whatever y'all need. But if you have a question for me, I'd be glad to entertain.
Just for the public, about what do we pay per acre right now for water?
I'm gonna have to get back. I don't have that with me right now. I don't. I'll get it to you when we make.
Do you think it's close to the 300 to 400?
I'm not gonna say.
Okay.
I don't know.
If we can find that out.
Anything else,
Chief?
I know Stephen recommended, and I fully agree with him also, that we need to work together, UCRA and the city, and the reports and numbers that we've calculated at this point. Let's get together and come up with something that we feel can work or may not even work. We don't know yet, but at this point, we do need to make sure that we work closely with UCRA and, again, come back with a response to the council sooner than later. So, again, I know we have some of our numbers. Let's get together with UCRA and see what we come up with, okay?
We'd be glad to do that.
This has been very interesting, and I think it's something that we need to be considering, and I appreciate everyone here today and the presentations that you made and the expertise that you brought. This has been very informative. The citizens need to know that we're not sticking our head in the sand here. We are looking for water options for our city. So that said, this was a presentation and an update, and I think we've had the presentation and the update is complete. I'd like to call for a few minutes of break.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ricky. 10:44. We're going to take a few minutes. Let's call the meeting back to order. It is 11:08, and as according to average, our 10-minute breaks only lasted 30 minutes. So
I wish we could capture a bit of water.
Let's call the meeting back to order. Next thing we have is a presentation by the Downtown San Angelo Incorporated third and fourth quarter reports. Brenda Gunner, Dale Velasquez, y'all are on.
Thank you, council members. I'm going to make mine real quick. We have a newsletter that we're going to pass out. I know that we emailed all of you this letter before, but I thought I'd go ahead and bring a hard copy for you, and that'll be my report for today. But I do want to let you know that we're going to be hosting members of the governor's staff that will be coming in on May 1st, and you'll be getting invitations for this event. It's a town hall meeting, and they're going to be discussing water finance, Texas Enterprise Fund, the Skills Development Fund, and the Emerging Tech Fund. So please put that on your calendar. That's Thursday, May 1st. It'll be starting at 11:30. But again, we'll send all the appropriate information. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to our president, Ms. Brenda Gunner.
Thank you. You have in your packet today a combination of what would be our third and fourth quarter report, which basically makes it an annual report so that we can summarize the year 2013. If you take a look at the numbers for the city of San Angelo for the year 2013, there was a 10.28% increase when you combine the retail sales tax and the mixed beverage taxes together. That compares to a 35.31% increase in the quarterly sales and mixed liquor tax numbers for our central business district, and it gives us a 34.99 or an almost 35% increase in our Main Street district. If you look at it simply in terms of the fourth quarter, you would see that, in fact, the trending of the large increases that we saw in first, second, and third quarters started to slow down a bit for combinations of reasons. But in Central Business District, we went from highs of 40% to 36 and 31% down to 8.85% when we combine our sales tax and our liquor tax. The same thing, of course, in our Main Street District, where we had a 13.62%, which again was a much slower track than where we've been in the past. Certainly part of that is because when you have annualized increases, you ultimately come up against those large increases, and so the percentages start to decrease. However, we also look at what percent we are relative to the total, and in the combined first through fourth quarters, the Central Business District represented a 3.91% to the total city, and our Main Street District represented 8.28% to the total city. If you take a look at simply at the mixed beverage report, you will see that for the first time we've seen some negative numbers in those collections. It's a combination of 1, certainly tough weather, 2, tough business climate, and 3, tough competition. For the first time, we've had some really strong competition that has come into the city of San Angelo, and they've enjoyed some tremendous business. And because they're new and because they have certainly found a market niche in San Angelo, they have had an impact on our overall sales liquor tax increases. In addition, we've had a closure, but that closure really of a bar, restaurant, really was impacted in the sales tax because they don't serve hard liquor there, so that was really a negative impact in our sales tax, not our liquor tax. So for the first time, we see those numbers having a negative trend and not a positive trend, although when you take a look at it on an annualized basis, our Central Business District had a 22% increase in overall mixed beverage tax dollars, and in our Main Street District, an overall increase of 14.2%. We continue to represent a good percent to the total city with 22.7% to the total city in our Central Business District and 28.7% in our Main Street District. If you take a look at the sales tax dollars, the most important thing to look at is if you look at our Main Street District, we went from, in 2013, representing only 4.5% of the total sales tax dollars to the year 2013, where we represent 5.2%. So we're continuing to improve our percentage to the total city sales tax dollars, so we're excited about that, particularly because we know that the city of San Angelo has had some tremendous increases this past year, and we're still able to show increase in sales tax dollars as well as a percent that we represent to the total city. We always like to report some of the significant changes that have happened in the downtown area, and the two that I'm going to speak to most importantly today, because they're some of the largest dollars and we think some of the most important changes in our downtown area, and one is the Area Foundation building, which opened. The Area Foundation actually moved into their building late December, and that is the new building located on the corner of Concho Avenue and South Irving Street. It has not only a Concho Avenue frontage, but certainly a South Irving, and that has had a nice dramatic change to a gateway into downtown, if you will. Without having a gateway into downtown, it's a new face to our downtown area, and we're very excited about that. On the opposing corner, at 39 West Concho Avenue, is a building that before was a tire building, actually, and we have a new retail business that will be opening up shortly called Casa Decor, and they are a business that has a great history in Ruidoso. They sell outdoor furniture and accessories. They have had great successes there, to the point that there are a lot of San Angelo people who have homes there or visit there that shop in that store. So we think it's going to be a new addition to the downtown area, and once again serves as a great foundation for a wonderful gateway into the downtown San Angelo area. There's certainly other areas that have put some money into their businesses and improved their businesses, and I'm not going to go through those, but someone might say, well, what difference does a $500 or $1,000 change in the building make? Well, it makes a difference because it means they're not allowing it to deteriorate, that everything that they put into it is either bringing it up to code or improving the facility, and it means that we're not not continuing to decline in the facilities. So those issues are very important. In the third and fourth quarter, we also saw the following new businesses open up in downtown San Angelo, Inc. One was a dedicated tattoo company, Wild Heart Portraits, Fashion Craze, Starbucks, Venue on the Concho, Discount Tire, Bouquets, Pure Lingerie, Pink Tumbleweed, and the San Angelo Area Foundation, which we talked about earlier. If you combine the third and fourth quarters reinvestments into the downtown area, you would see almost $1.5 million increase in total value in reinvestment, making the total reinvestment in downtown San Angelo, Inc. since 2005, or in an 8-year period, over $80 million. That concludes our report. Do we have any questions or comments, please?
Johnny?
Brenda, what is that Katerina, what is it, Katerina LLC?
That is really their corporation, but it's the Casa Decor is going to be a furniture store. That's just the corporation that bought the property, but it will be the store from Rio Doso that will be opening up there, and they're pretty close to opening up their doors now. I don't know if you've seen the improvements they've made to that property, but it's been significant, and that property happened to be on the market for a very long time. Many people were having problems trying to figure out what to do with it because of some environmental issues. They overcame what those issues were going to be, and they also filled an important hole, we believe, in terms of the retail trade in downtown San Angelo, because one of the things we don't really have right now is furniture, whether it be indoor or outdoor, and that has consistently been a void in the overall market. And one of the things that consultants have said to us is a big void in this city, not only in the downtown area. It also is important because it is not going to be competitive really with any other business in the downtown area, where many times when we open up a new bar, a restaurant, or another retail store, you start to see market share deterioration. This should not create any market share deterioration and should be a positive and a plus to the overall retail business. It's also one of those businesses that really today is not going to have the competition that the internet tends to give to many of the other retail businesses. And if you ask what our biggest challenge is in the downtown area, it's really the internet, as it is with retail nationwide, no matter where you live. And many retailers found that again this year, that the overall biggest negative that they've had in retail trade is losing it to the internet, instead of numbers of people walking into retail store, and store traffic is dramatically off. Nationwide, I'm not saying that's in downtown, but I am saying nationwide, but it does impact, obviously, on a local level, and because we're local, it would impact our downtown merchants as well.
Brenda, one other note I wanted to make is, I don't know if you guys have looked or are looking into more trash cans, because Sunday mornings when I drive through the downtown area, it's sad. There's some people that don't care and leave their trash all over the place. This past Sunday, I cringed a little bit, and you know what I'm talking about.
There are certain weekends where the traffic is much higher than others, and if you want to identify some specific areas, we will talk to those property owners, because we do have some trash cans that we could put out and help solve the problem. The question mark is whether people use those trash cans, because I know I have one in front of my building, and it's amazing to me how much ends up in the flower beds and on the sidewalk when there's a trash can within a hand's reach of what could be used. Sometimes the trash that's left behind is left from a mindset that doesn't believe in trash cans, but just throwing. So with that due respect, we do have some trash cans, and we'll be glad to look at any areas that you feel like we need to be putting those out.
I want you guys to look nicer out there,
We agree. It's in a part of the overall image, and that's certainly one of the big challenges that we have as a downtown area, is to constantly improve the overall image of downtown. We believe strongly that there's two important things that we need to focus on. One is the branding of downtown, the marketing of downtown. We know a lot of people use it for dining and eating, but not necessarily for local shopping as much as tourism. We also know that many people use the downtown area for Friday and Saturday night, not Monday through Saturday. And we also know that successful businesses have to be bigger than just a Friday night or a Saturday night business or a Saturday shopping experience, because no one's volume can survive on a one-day traffic story singularly.
Thanks.
Any other comments from council? Any comments from the public? Then Brenda, thank you very much. That was very diplomatic, the way you said that about the trash can.
Yes, it was.
Very, very diplomatic.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Brenda and Dale. Let's move on now, if we could, to number 21, which is discussion of 2014-2019 capital improvement plan preparation. Ms. Morgan?
Good morning. I have a PowerPoint for y'all. It appears to be lengthy, but I will be brief and just hit the high points. We're at an exciting time in the CIP where we've had our public forums, we've had our drafts of projects submitted by our project managers, and we're going to talk about in more detail on March 6th at the night meeting. And so that's why today I'm just going to go over very briefly where we are so far in the process and the result of those public forums. We had held 2 public forums. We promoted them a variety of ways. We were on KLST, we were on Kixie Radio, we were on just every local media station we could be on, and had a lot of positive results from all of those. The first public forum was February 20th here at the Convention Center. We had about 12 citizens available to that, and certainly lots of relevant staff members available to speak to those items. And you've had in your background the summary of the public comments. All info from these public meetings was forwarded on to relevant staff. If it was something that was not yet included in the CIP and should be, we went ahead and made those changes to the plan, and we're very responsive to those requests from the citizens. Some items that were talked about in the public were not CIP items, but still items that city staff should look into addressing or answer those questions, and so we certainly got those to relevant staff to do that. The second meeting was February 25th at Lincoln Middle School. We had about 20 citizens there, and we actually had KSAN come and do a live video spot from there, and so that also got a lot of input. There were several folks that couldn't make it to the CIP meetings, and we certainly have a mechanism in place to still get their public comment heard. And we're getting some input in that with the online submissions. We can direct anybody to cosatx.us/CIP input, and we've gotten about 6, at time of print for this, we had about 6 responses. We've gotten a couple more since then, and that's still wide open. And so we're just referring people that were not able to make the public forums, that we still want to hear their input, and we're getting lots of information on those. And so certainly the items you would expect to hear in these public forums, like water supply, streets as a whole, some specific streets, trails, many items that we were aware of and had in the CIP, and we're addressing all of those items. With that, I have a list of all the CIP projects that have been submitted and identified them as what is funded and what is not funded, but certainly in the interest of time, I was going to save that for March 6th. I think we're going to get into more of that detail later this week, and so that's all I really had for you this morning.
Appreciate you, Morgan. Hey, and I was here for a little while at this meeting here, but I stayed through the entire meeting at Lincoln, and I appreciate the way that worked. That was, our citizens were there. They had their request. It was a well-run meeting, and I think it's very profitable.
Well, thank you, sir. It's a very exciting time for us, and we really appreciate getting those citizens that are interested and want to share their opinions. We're very pleased with the turnout and the back and forth and the way we're able to answer those questions.
And they did have opinions.
Absolutely.
Any council comment on this?
I have a question.
Charlotte.
Where'd Michael go? Oh, maybe Tina can answer it if Morgan can't. What monies dedicated to the capital improvement plan do we have on schedule to be spent in the next 24 months, 2 years? The total amount. And I'll tell you the reason I'm asking. I'm a little worried our financial situation, and if we can postpone any expenditures to see what's going to happen with water. If we have to buy water for our citizens, that money's got to come from somewhere. And yes, I know it's been designated for capital improvement plans, but I'm serious about wanting to maybe put a hold on any of those expenditures until we get through our spring rains and into our fall months. I don't know how the rest of the council feels about that. I just don't want to see us spending any monies that we absolutely don't have to in capital improvements. It's scheduled. I'm not talking about the 19th Street sidewalks. I know that's been awaiting for a long time, but asking staff if we could possibly look at some of these that can't go as scheduled simply because of the tight money situation that we're in for water.
I still don't see that it hurts to plan.
Oh no, I'm not talking about scratching the plan.
Oh.
Not at all.
Current, you're just talking about current as far as what's been allocated for that.
Right. What's been allocated, if we just hold up a little bit to see where we're going to end up with our spring rains, because I'm not for raising water rates and having the people come in and spend, and monies are there that are allocated. To just hold off on current. Just be cautious.
That's one of the things that I was hoping for us to discuss once again Thursday evening, to where anytime you have budgeted items, it's strictly a priority. And of course, right now our priority is water. But by the same token, I think that we need to prioritize our capital improvement also. And one of the other things I wanted to say in going to these meetings, our staff does a fantastic job, and sometimes I think we kind of take that for granted, but Morgan and all the troops that were there just did really, really a fine job in representing the city, I think.
Further comment?
I'm just surprised that there was only 6. Are you talking about 6 citizens had input via email or online?
Correct. We had 6 submissions.
That's kind of
And we've
sad.
had 2 more since then, and so that's why I hope
Total
folks
of
are listening
8.
at home. It's still
Maybe
open.
do you need to put it in bigger print or something? You
Sure.
know?
I
You know?
hope to have lots more input.
Get Anthony to stand on his head and
juggle.
Wear that hairnet.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, Kaysan did us a lot of, Kaysan,
They
the
absolutely
television did us a lot, and I appreciate you, because she did us a very good presentation that night, so we appreciate that as well. We appreciate our media. All right, that is the discussion, and we'll talk more about this Thursday night at our 5:30 meeting. Thank you, Morgan. Let's move on now to item number 22, which is discussion and possible action regarding lighting issues and related matters. Brother Salas?
I'll be right with you. Good morning, Council. When it comes to addressing light nuisance complaints, unfortunately, our code officers have no authority to enforce compliance, since the city doesn't have an ordinance covering light intrusion. We do receive several complaints over the past several years. The only solution we can offer is to ask the offending party to voluntarily comply. Unfortunately, we've had situations where the offenders refuse, and leaving the nuisance basically unresolved. As council knows, we need an ordinance to seek mandatory compliance. Fortunately, there are several cities in Texas that have these ordinances in place. Some very complex, but some pretty simple. If council wishes for us to research and pursue an ordinance, here are some key issues we would need to address. Obviously, we'd have to have clear definitions, of course, of what constitutes a nuisance. We need to decide if we want to limit our enforcement to residential areas. We would certainly recommend that we have it as a complaint-based process. We'll have to look at adding exemptions to ensure we don't violate safety concerns. We'll have to set standards, and we'll have to have a way to measure the light mitigation and intrusion. And lastly, we'll have to outline some solutions, such as light shields and directionality and those kind of things. And basically, we're here to ask council for some direction on how you want to pursue and
Rodney, I'm
proceed,
going to let
rather.
you start on this. You seem to have the most problems in the city.
Yes, I do. Actually, I do want us to pursue the ordinance. I'm always leaning towards the easy way to do it instead of the complicated way to do it. And I think that this would be a good thing to help solve some arguments in the future, since we do have people that are not agreeing to help out there or do the good neighbor deed.
Right.
And I have 3 people in my district right now that are going through this, and 2 of them I've seen myself, and it's bad. If I lived next door to that person, I would be very, very upset. So I think in order to do that, I hate implementing new rules, but I think this would be a case where we do need to do that.
And it would be nuisance, of course. We don't want to,
Right.
and we certainly don't want to go into the light pollution issue. That's a whole different.
No, it's
ballgame,
nuisance,
really.
and it'll be residential also. Okay. It'll be residential.
Okay.
I'd like to make a motion that we move forward on this to do an ordinance, a light ordinance.
We can do that because there is possible action is on our agenda.
Yes.
I have a question.
Yes, Don.
Do we not have something in the building code? I know we have minimum standards as far as candle power and light output for different occupancies. Do we not have a maximum in there in the residential code or building code?
I don't believe we do. As far as nuisance is concerned, we do have some standards on the light itself, but not when it becomes a nuisance. We don't address that.
Okay. And my thought process here is I would a whole lot rather have it at the front end than the back end. And I agree with Rodney as far as this is probably being needed as far as a nuisance. But by the same token, I think some of these new businesses that are coming in, if we could have regulated them on the front end, then we wouldn't have to be fighting this now quite as much. So maybe we need to look at it not only from this standpoint, but also from a building official standpoint and what we can do whenever they're first coming in.
That's a good point. Very good point.
I second his motion.
Any further discussion from council? Shoot me an email on this.
I will.
Because I've got a young lady from Fort Concho that sent me a letter 2 months ago asking me about this, and I didn't know what to tell her, so I've just kind of let the letter sit there in the dead file. I want to send her copies of this, so if you would, please.
Absolutely. Well,
I might have gotten the same letter. I might have gotten that same letter.
Did you answer her?
No.
I didn't either.
Was it a complaint?
No,
it's a
she
student.
It was a student.
Wanted to know more about it.
And I've already been to Fort Concho once and talked to a group of the GT students about this same thing. So send it to me so I can send it to her and do my due diligence.
And Bob, and these in the possible new ordinance, it will have some teeth in it where there'll be fines that will be associated.
It will be a fine. Yes.
Okay.
We'll provide solutions for them. We'll give them a period of time to comply.
Yes.
And then we'll just take action as we
Because
do.
that's been the problem before. I know that you personally have gone out to at least one of these locations and you've talked to the person and tried to, work it out yourself, and you did an awesome job on that part. And it's just that we can't do anything. We just have no teeth on this whatsoever on being able to keep them from doing it.
That would have been James Flores, our code manager. He does an incredible job doing mitigating situations as best he can.
And he tried real hard. He tried real hard. What I've been told is they tried hard on that.
He's been at it for about 18 months, actually, on one case. I know
That's right, and it's the case the biggest case.
Let's give him some tools to work with.
Well,
Charlotte?
The letter that I got from the young lady was actually requesting that we look at our light ordinance to anything new coming in, or as people replace lights, that they use the low glow density so that we can see the beautiful stars that are out at night. And by the high reflective, that keeps the stars invisible, and that was her concern and wanted something. So
that's addressed in light pollution, actually.
Yes,
of course, that is
light pollution.
That is light pollution. That's a whole different ball game, really. I'm not sure. Do you want us to pursue that? Because that is that's additional steps. That's
that wasn't in the motion.
No, it's not. I'm just asking why.
Did you answer her?
Not yet. I don't know what to tell her.
Well, I'm gonna write her back this week and tell her something. I'm embarrassed.
I will
letting
call
it
you.
sit this
I will.
long. Don?
I noticed Al was back there. He might can answer my question.
Al knows it all.
Yeah. Al's my hero.
Unfortunately, my answer is no. The building code does not address this.
Okay. Is there any amendments or something that can be adopted easily on this? Or?
We can work with Mr. Salas with whatever he comes up with. And of course, our department would likely enforce some of this, like you said, at the beginning of the project, and then code compliance would take over with enforcement afterwards.
Right. Absolutely. Thank you.
I think we're on the right track. Any further comment, council?
I wanted to, Mr. Salas, there's a gentleman that works right next door to me. It's Stan, and I went blank on his. I apologize, Stan out there. I forgot his last name.
The man.
The man, Stan the man. That's what I call it. No, but he's the one that brought it up to our attention, because he's faced with those folks out there on Old Cristobal Road, and he had some type of a little experiment he wanted to show us one day. We didn't have time, where he wanted to turn off all the lights and show us exactly how that is a nuisance.
How the intrusion is affecting his
exactly.
house,
So I'm going to put him in contact with you and just kind of.
And he's one of the people that I was talking about. He's the second one. That's
We'll try to get some to you pretty quick.
How does that affect it, though? Because he's residential, but what he's talking about is commercial.
No, if it's commercial to commercial, we wouldn't address that. We would address, regardless of where the source is, it doesn't matter. If it's affecting the residential unit, it's a nuisance.
That's what I want to make.
Yeah, doesn't matter where it's coming from.
Public comment on this. Anybody else want to weigh in? If not, I've got a motion.
No, wait.
Come ahead. Share your wisdom with us.
Oh, please. Good morning. My name is Billy DeWitt, and I hadn't been here in a while, so it's good to be back and see that, the hard, tough work has continued to go on. So, as I've said before, I appreciate each and every one of you and the attention that you pay to our city. My comment is not directly related to the lighting situation, but it is a nuisance concern. And I don't know if there's an ordinance or if we're going to do an ordinance for lighting, if we could include something else. And it has to do with residential properties and people storing junk and old cars and old refrigerators and everything in their backyard that is fenced, but it's with the see-through fence. It's the...
Ms. DeWitt, we can't talk about this now.
Oh.
We have to stay with our agenda, ma'am.
Oh, okay.
And I understand your concern, and we can address it. James Flores can address it with you. Yes, there are definitely some nuisance ordinances against that, and they can be addressed.
All right.
But I apologize.
No,
but
that's
since
fine.
we're talking about lighting, and that's the way it says on the agenda.
Okay.
Unless
Thank
we're going
you.
to talk about lighting, we're not.
Okay, thank you. I
And
appreciate it.
I thought you were going to say lighting that's in the backyard, maybe covering this area, but yeah.
No.
Okay.
Thank you, ma'am. Sorry to shut you down. All right, we do have a motion on the floor. Do we have any further comment from the public? Not, let's take a vote on this. The motion was that we would allow staff to go ahead and look into this and bring us back some ideas as far as a nuisance ordinance to prevent this. And it has been seconded. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, nay. Put a 7-0 on that one, please, ma'am.
Thank you.
All righty, let's move on now to number 23, which is the first public hearing, consideration of introducing an ordinance amending Chapter 12, Exhibit A, zoning ordinance of the Code of Ordinances, City of San Angelo, Z142, B&W Trailer Company. It is an ordinance amending Chapter 12, Exhibit A of the Code of Ordinances, City of San Angelo, Texas, which said Exhibit A of Chapter 12 adopts zoning regulations, use districts, and a zoning map in accordance with a comprehensive plan by changing the zoning and classification of the following properties to wit: 1616 and 1620 Upton Street, located at the northwest corner of the intersection at Upton Street and North Marie, more specifically located in the Bell Addition, Block 1, Lots 8 through 10, East San Angelo, changing the zoning classification from single-family residential, RS1, to general commercial, CG district, providing for severability, providing a penalty. Roxanne Johnson, you are on, ma'am.
Good morning, Roxanne Johnston. I'm a planner. As you see, we have the subject property located on the east side of town here, right off of Bell Street and not very far south of the Houston Hart Expressway. So this is a better illustration that I'll probably be coming to in a moment. Subject property located on a corner. The applicant actually owns B&W Trailer, which is located right here. They own this property here. The only two lots they don't own are these two lots right here, and then they own these on the other side. So as you see, the residential area, at one time, these, as I talked about in my report, one or two of these lots were used for residential purposes. Those have since vacated. The trend is not necessarily going towards commercial in the area, but it's definitely not trending towards commercial or residential, either one. So the purpose that the applicant wants to use this and rezone this land is for parking some of their customers' vehicles or whatever. The point is here that the applicants originally came to us for heavy commercial zoning. Planning Commission talked about this. Staff wasn't approving of that at the time either, and so it kind of got discussed that maybe CG would be a better fit. So that's what we're going for today is general commercial in that area, knowing that the vision plan also supports commercial in this area and that it's something that could be a good fit here.
Don, I believe this is in your area. You would take the lead, please, sir.
Yes, I drove by there, and because of the distance from the residences, I really didn't see a whole lot. The noise would be the only thing that I would kind of be concerned about, but if they just use it for parking, you know, your noise is going to be to a minimum, I would think.
Could we achieve the same goal if they want to use it for parking, but maybe making neighborhood commercial instead of CG?
No, sir, that that was the least intense commercial zoning that would allow for parking.
Okay.
And there was quite a dialogue during the planning commission between the owners of the house and also the applicant. So I'm not quite sure how they resolved their concerns with each other. However, we did re-notify everyone in the area to let them know that there had been a change in proposition of the general commercial. Those owners didn't return another letter in opposition. So
Would it
hopefully
be
that can
possible to leave it where it is and give them special authority, just to make an exception if they say they're going to use it for parking, to make an exception to leave it zoned as it is so that they can park? I don't want any
right,
heavy.
right.
I don't want any heavy manufacturing over here.
Oh, no. This would be general commercial, which is not anything to do
I know,
with
but
heavy.
still, it's just a step.
Right. And no, it's not allowed in RS1. We don't have a special
can't do it.
condition or any kind of a tool that we can use there.
Those are all my questions. Charlotte, you had one?
Yes, how far away from this in blocks or feet is this from any Baptist Memorial properties?
Oh, Baptist Memorial.
I've been trying to figure it out on the map, and
Right.
I haven't been able to get
So Houston Heart is right here. So Baptist Memorial's probably down over here because it's
On
off
Main Street.
Okay.
Yeah, this is Bell, and then Main is over. Yeah. Yes.
Okay.
And so it's quite a
Long
ways
way.
away. I live in that neighborhood.
I have requested, and this will probably be the fourth or the fifth time that I've had to bring it up, that we don't get copies of the people who submit their opinions. We can gain a lot from
And
reading those.
I'm going to take full responsibility, and I did put a little excerpt in there. I had passed those out at the Planning Commission, and I didn't get them back, and I fully apologize. That's all on me.
But there were no.
Yes,
There was no
there
opposition.
The second time we
There's one.
sent these out, of course, you'd already had the reports, the 15 days.
Against.
We didn't get any against the second time around that we sent the new notifications out.
But originally, there were 2 for and 1 against.
Yeah.
There were 3 for and 1 against.
Don, you want to move one way or the other on this?
I'll move for approval.
Second.
Do we have any further council discussion on this?
Yes.
John?
Roxanne, go back a slide or two where it shows the area notification. One more. That one. Where do you come up with 13 notifications sent? 13. I don't see 13.
Let me see, right there. That's our actual notification.
6, 7, 8, 9.
We have a variety of different owners where it touches their property lines.
Okay.
Like here's 12 and then here's 13. So the applicant owns several of the lots.
And then going back to the idea of making it a parking lot,
Right.
are we talking about just regular vehicles, or are we talking about 18-wheelers, or what are we talking about?
I don't believe they use them for 18-wheelers. I'm not sure if the applicant is here to speak to this today.
I would
I'm
hope
not
there would
quite
be
sure.
18-wheelers parked
Well, it's
there.
they
Yeah.
repair trailers there, so I
And-
would say yes, there will
and-
be 18-wheelers.
Right, and in talking with the one homeowner representative or whatever right here, the concern wasn't the noise or the traffic or anything like that. They didn't want fencing, but fencing is something that will be required between those properties.
I read in here something about the reason he's requesting the change, the parking, he can't enclose where he's at to the type of stuff that he works on, so there's liable to be some pretty big stuff.
And I understand his situation as well. I understand it well. Do we have anyone from the public that would like to speak at this, either pro or con? This is your opportunity. We do have a motion that we approve this as presented, which will be going from RS1 to a CG. I guess it's time to take the vote. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, nay?
Nay.
Put a 6-1 on this one, please, ma'am. Let's move on now to, do you need a break again,
No,
Charlotte?
I
You all
just
right?
need to hand her a paper.
Okay. Next is number 24, first public hearing, consideration of introducing an ordinance amending Chapter 12, Exhibit A of the zoning ordinance of the Code of Ordinance of the City of San Angelo, Z1401, Louis Blanick Jr., an ordinance amending Chapter 12, Exhibit A of the Code of Ordinance of the City of San Angelo, Texas, which said, Exhibit A of Chapter 12 adopts zoning regulations, use districts, and a zoning map in accordance with the comprehensive plan by changing the zoning and classification of the following property, to wit, 1805 and 1806 Harbor Court, located approximately 166 feet and 212 feet south of the intersection of Harbor Court and West Avenue N, respectively. This property specifically occupies the TJAK addition, Section 2, Tracks F and G in south central San Angelo, changing the zoning classification from light manufacturing, ML, to general commercial, CG, district, providing for severability and providing a penalty. Ms. Johnson.
Very nice. Okay, as you can see, North Bryant is to the east of the property, and then Avenue N to the north. We all know that it's kind of a commercial node. Although it is light manufacturing right now, he's just seeking to kind of blend in with the other commercial properties that are there right now. Do you have any questions?
So he's really reducing the classification from...
Yes, he is.
Okay. Johnny, is this yours or is...
It's Johnny's.
Johnny, yes. Take this one, please, sir.
Would you like some more graphics? There you go.
That's with the auto parts store. In the auto parts store up there. And
there is an auto parts store. There's also, I believe, KFC. And
car wash.
Oh, okay. I know where this is.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay.
I can give you some pictures.
It's all commercial.
This is back.
Everything. It really is.
It's surrounded by commercial.
And the reason it was probably light manufacturing was when, you know, the railroads.
Pool
were,
Well was there
yeah,
at one time,
exactly.
I think, in that area.
Exactly. It's not very close to residential. It's,
We're actually reducing the classification.
we definitely are.
Johnny, you want to make a motion one way
I'll
or the
make
other?
a motion to approve this.
Second.
We do have a motion. We do have a second. Any further council comment on this? Do I have anyone from the public? I know you're out there, Louis. Did you want to talk to it, or you satisfied?
Let it go.
Okay, we do have a motion. We do have a second. I will call for the vote. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, nay. Drop 7-0 on that one, please, ma'am. Number 25, discussion, possible action regarding a draft ordinance for manufactured home parks, mobile homes, recreational vehicles. The moratorium in effect suspending commercial property development as it relates to manufactured home parks, mobile homes, RV parks, and any matters related thereto. AJ?
Good morning, Mayor, Council. I know we're approaching the noon hour, so we'll try to move you through this item fairly quickly. Our goals for today, essentially in this discussion, are to give you an update on the steps that have been taken towards this effort, to remind you of the timeline that we're bound by moving forward, and then lastly, to get some direction from the group as to how you'd like us to utilize the remaining time we have before bringing you a final product for introduction. So we'll try to move very quickly through those three items. First, I do want to remind you that there has been some lengthy background regarding this item, dating all the way back to the beginning of the year in 2013. We've been talking about this through our Planning Commission, who's been a very active member of the conversation. You might remember that there was a good deal of research that was done by city staff and brought back to that group. We had a joint session between the City Council and the Planning Commission in April of last year, and then we moved through the practice of putting that moratorium that is currently in effect into place. You might recall that we had an initial 90-day period. That 90-day period expired in February. There was one 90-day extension. I do want to reiterate that's the only extension that we have available to us. So naturally, we're trying to guide you through the process of timing the ordinance amendments to coincide with the expiration of that second 90-day period. The most recent steps to date that you may or may not be aware of, you might remember in February we did have a little discussion about the extension of the moratorium. The Housing Committee met February 12th. That was the last meeting that we had had. At that meeting, the committee felt relatively good about the products that we put together that were in your, we sent out an initial draft of those to you at the end of January. We do have an updated set of drafts. Obviously, it's a great deal of information to work through, so we'll talk about that here in a moment. We did make those edits recommended by the Housing Committee, and those are included in your background packet. On the 17th, we did have a discussion with the Planning Commission on this item. It was a very good dialogue. I think it was a very productive meeting. We had several individuals that came forward and make public comment. The content of those public comments are included within the minute excerpt of your background packet. There were some good suggestions made. There were 4 specific items that represented overall minor changes to the draft package that the Planning Commission did reach consensus on. We've made those changes accordingly. And the Planning Commission also expressed to staff and asked to pass along to council their willingness to have additional meetings, or special meetings, if you will, if deemed necessary to work through the draft ordinances. So please know that that's something that they did indicate their willingness to do. We also had several people from the public that indicated they would be willing to participate in such an effort. I will remind you, moving forward, we are beginning the discussion on amendments today. The dates that we're working for in April and May include the April 15th meeting, which would be the latest date that we could introduce those ordinances in a first reading, and May 6th being the latest date that we could introduce those for a second reading, having those in place by the expiration of the second moratorium period, which is on May 16th. So we're working with a tighter timeline now. We're sort of approaching the end of this effort. We do have the month of March available and the beginning of the month of April. So I would say we probably have 5 to 6 weeks with which to work. So knowing the background and how we need to move forward, I don't want to take any more of your time, except perhaps to have a quick dialogue with you about how we should utilize that time moving forward. I have had some edits suggested from different groups that have been presented to me today, so we will go ahead and begin the review of those. Doing some markups. Our committee members that are in attendance today have also expressed their willingness to get together with us for a special meeting. And then lastly, we did a mail out of all of the red line drafts to every park owner of record in the city limits. I have spoken with a couple of individuals from that group at length for several hours, going through the drafts with them and making sure that there's an understanding of what the intent of the committee was with those drafts. So with that, I will open it up to any discussion and direction that you all have. We'd like to make sure in April, when we bring back to you for first reading, we have essentially checked off all of the to-do items that you give us here today.
Well, I have tried on several occasions to read that draft, but it has a tendency to put me to sleep. So
Imagine writing it.
I've not got too deeply into the detail. Counsel, Winky?
Yes, I've gone through these drafts carefully, and I do have a few changes, and I think those have been passed on to Candy Poole and Terry Jackson on the Housing Committee, and she may want to elaborate on those up here in just a minute, and I think she may have something typed up. I haven't seen it, but do you have that yet?
I do. I have a copy of your edits. I also have a copy of Ms. Poole's edits.
Okay, well, they should be about the same, and it's my wish that those changes be made and need to be made, and if you will keep us posted on whether or not you're making those changes, that would be good.
Yes, sir.
What are the changes?
Would you like me to run through those? I can.
Sure, and if, probably everybody's going to need a copy of the written changes. I haven't seen them either, but.
Is one of them the buffer zone?
One is regarding the buffer, looking at a 1,000-foot distance rather than the buffer zone that is proposed in the current draft, which is 100 feet. There is a proposed amendment regarding the use categories in which group living is allowed, reducing the number of districts in which that is allowed, it looks like. Some areas where some consistency in language needs to be cleaned up, sort of some clerical edits. And with the increase in buffer, it looks like proposing some reductions to some of the setback requirements to compensate for the increase in the buffer.
Right.
Those seem to be the main changes I see here.
Very good. That's something committee needs to look at and make that. Johnny, did you have something, sir?
Yeah, AJ.
Yes, sir.
Mayor, one of the areas of concern that have fallen on my ears that I'm hearing is some of the existing property owners feel that they're being made to jump through hoops. I know that we're looking forward for any new possible, but some of the guys that are people that are already in place now, I mean, are we making them revamp the
essentially come up to?
Yeah.
No, we initially had a good deal of dialogue at the Planning Commission meeting about the concept of legal nonconformities, features and placements of buildings, things that occurred before the existing ordinance and that were lawfully done at the time that they were done. There are some legal protections that the city itself cannot usurp to allow those items to continue. The Planning Commission did have some good suggestions, I think, about further spelling out abilities for those items to be documented with the initial permit so that they are recognized by the council. They are documented for the record. Of course, documentation is something we don't have a lot of for a lot of the older parks. And to allow that one-time recognition to carry with the park indefinitely, to allow those features to continue. So I worked with the Assistant City Attorney, Dan Soluri. He and I sat down and tried to come up with some additional language. The current draft that you have indicates 3 different opportunities for existing park owners to declare those features and have them recognized. They can do it with the initial application. They have a second chance to do so at the time of inspection. They have a third time to do so during the public hearing process. So by allowing more opportunities, hopefully running through those steps, it allows us to find, recognize, and document all of those features. I think it is a shared desire by staff and the members of the committee to try to reutilize as many of the existing parks as possible to take on any accumulated demand that comes into the city, therefore reducing the need for so many new parks. They already are part of the community. They're somewhat integrated. Many have spaces available. Why shouldn't we make those usable in order to help cushion the blow of any demand that we have?
And I think maybe there may be some sort of miscommunication there with that. So maybe reach out to the folks that have existed
right.
or in existence.
And we have. We've sent out a mail out. We've asked them to call and contact us. We've offered to sit down. I had one gentleman that owns 2 of the existing parks in St. Angelo. He and I spent an hour and a half, about 2 hours yesterday, talking through the points, sort of hearing his point of view on things, and he made some good suggestions for edits as well. So we're ready and able to work through that with people, and we encourage them to contact us so that we can do so.
Don?
I'm going to piggyback with Johnny a little bit. That was my concern also. I guess my question still is, let's say somewhere in the process something falls through the cracks, it's not noted on there, an inspector comes back 4 years later and says, okay, you need to spend $15,000 to correct this, even though at the time of adoption of the ordinance and at the time of implementation of the park, it was okay. Mm-hmm. How are you going to handle that?
Well, I probably shouldn't speak for the legal staff, but I would imagine at that point, when that item is pointed out, we would still have to do the research to determine when the feature was put into place. This is a concept that's been tried in many cases at many different levels of government, and so we have to be very careful about how we proceed. The documentation is going to be crucial on those items, so I would think it would be incumbent upon the city to be able to try to pinpoint when those features came into be and what the ordinance was at that time. That's essentially what they're bound by, not the new ordinance.
Right, but normally the way the language is that whatever is existing and acceptable at the time of adoption of the ordinance, that's acceptable. Why are we going through all these hoops on this one?
Well, again, this is a recommendation of the committee. If the council would like to write language in recognizing that with the initial granting of the permit, anything that existed on that date is hereby legitimized or something to that effect. I'm not the wordsmith, but I would think that we would be able to write that into the ordinance, and maybe that's another amendment that we should make.
I think it's something that I would like to see us look into.
I agree with you. I think we need some grandfathers for these existing.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's easily done, I think.
Or
Charlotte?
The problem I had with reviewing the draft, and I went through every page and fell asleep a few times, so, but do we have the ability when we're doing a draft and the proposed changes to strike through exactly where it is and change to put in red so we can compare what we were and what we're going to, it would make a whole lot more sense.
We
and
can.
Save on time.
And that was the second document that went out to you all on Friday afternoon. We did do that.
I wanted to emphasize that. I've got numerous things of reading, and it's very, very difficult to follow if you don't have the from and where. And I do want to add the problems that I ran into in finding things on our new website. A lot of information's not archived yet, and it made it very difficult. And I want to thank Mr. Howard and Alex back there for helping me and getting me some definitions on some things, because sometimes staff forgets that we measly council members do not live in your world and talk your language, and therefore I need definitions of certain things to be included.
And we're happy to provide anything else that you find you might need.
Johnny?
AJ, I was just gonna mention that the mail-outs that you send to these property owners,
Correct.
if you're sharing all the options that they have to produce documents, I mean, I would think that, and I agree with Don, and the mayor, that, if some of these need to be grandfathered, I think they should be, as long as they're kept up and, they look decent. But if they're able to produce some of these documents that maybe you might be asking for, I think it would be to their benefit anyway. So,
Right.
To have a file for
You're
that.
correct. The ultimate goal in that formulation of that process was to be able to emerge with something in writing that's recognized by the official body for the city, which that property owner can file away and have available to them, where they know that moving forward, those features are preserved and they have documentation that backs that up. There was some talk about that being able to also be a benefit to those property owners as they're transacting property, obtaining financing. That kind of documentation might be very helpful for them to have. And we agree it would be obviously good for staff to have as well for enforcement purposes.
Marty, does Mrs. Self have anything she wanted you to throw into this?
No, she was fine. She just wanted to make sure that we protected and grandfathered our existing.
Sure. Rodney, you have anything to answer?
No, I think Winky drafted up the changes, and I agree with what Winky is asking for wholeheartedly. I think that it will help protect the whole city as a whole. And Don's right, where we do need all the existing ones, we need to go ahead and do an amendment for them so that we don't put a burden on them.
Chief?
I just wanted to express my gratitude. I know I see several members of the Housing Committee out there. They put in countless hours, just to work on these items, and we're just so thankful for the effort that they've put forth. I think the product that they've produced is a pretty solid one. So, again, thank you very much. We appreciate that.
Mayor?
Yes, sir.
I wanted AJ or Rodney to elaborate on the buffer zone. What is the idea on the buffer zone?
The idea of the buffer zone is to maintain a distance between residential properties and the park itself. So they're not directly abutting one another, and therefore any effects of that park would be immediately affecting the neighbor. So in this case, in the original proposal, there was discussion of having a 100-foot buffer, and the proposal now, it sounds like from both ends of the podium and also from some of the committee members, would be to change that to a 1,000-foot buffer that would extend from the property line, is what I'm imagining in my mind, of the residential property to where those units are placed, so that there is a clear separation to help deal with issues that might be nuisance-related noise and that sort of thing, traffic.
And streets count in that buffer zone too, so you've got to look at that. When the 1,000-foot, the main thing I'm looking at on that is I want to protect the values of the residents that are near whatever part of town this is, on the north side, south side, east, west. I want to protect the values of the residents that are there in place now. And I think 1,000-foot would definitely do that. And I think the way it's worded in there is, it's got to be kind of like a park type setting, or it's got to be mowed down. It's got to be cleaned out.
Space.
And I think it would look nice. I think it would help them out. And, we can't stop them from happening, but we can make it where it's going to be real nice and a good buffer.
Winky, are you satisfied with this, sir?
I'm satisfied if these changes are made.
That's right. we can make these changes no matter
Yes,
what.
Right.
Yeah.
Don, you all right, sir?
Yes, sir.
Charlotte?
I'm with him as long as changes are made.
Okay. Everybody all right down here?
On the planning commission, even if they say, if they vote that down on the 1,000 foot, we can come back and
we can-
override that.
And if we want 1,000 foot, it would behoove y'all to put 1,000 in there.
Right, right.
Mayor,
Yes.
could I ask for clarity? AJ, do we have clarity that the drafts are going to be updated by this proposal, and future consideration of the draft will include these alterations?
That's
Is
the
that
way
what
I'm
council was
understanding
directing?
it. Is that the way council understands
That's
it?
correct.
Yes.
Okay, and then to further clarify, I think you're right, on the right track. It sounds like we may be ready to bring these back for a first reading with these changes.
Yes.
We would hope so,
Okay.
even next meeting.
Yeah.
If we
Okay.
have time to study them and make sure they're in place.
Okay, so we'll make the changes this week, send them back out to you all so you can react to the wording, and then we will, based on those comments, do a final product for the next meeting.
Sound like we're on track.
Perfect.
Okay.
Anybody
thank you
from
for
the
your
public want to
direction.
comment on this? Come ahead, sir.
Thank you, AJ.
Thank you.
Thank you, AJ.
Thanks.
Good morning, Mayor, City Manager, gentle lady, gentlemen of the council and staff. My name is Jerry C., and I'm a member of St. Paul Baptist Church and one of the senior leaders of WTOS. I'm glad to see that you're doing something about these, I call them manufactured homes, because the only difference in some of them is a tin roof and a composite roof. And they're anchored just like a lot of houses that's still here. Take the wheels off of them, they're set on pier and beams. And there is a place in our city for some of this, because it affords some people an opportunity to own instead of renting. And my experience, I've seen some of these homes much better than some of these permanent homes, and it gives people opportunity to own, just like I said. And these rules that you're putting in place, please make these ordinances enforceable, because what gives these residents in these areas a black eye is the same thing that you were saying earlier. You got all these cars and all this other mess out in front of their homes. Make the ordinances where it would be enforceable, you know, because it gives the community a bad look. And I thank you for working on this, because I myself own one of these places, and I did offer anyone at any time that they wanted to come to my place, because I'm not trailer trash park. I may park like whatever it is, but it gives a person an opportunity to have a better quality of life, you know, and some people according to their income. And I'm glad that you're considering that. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jerry. Anyone else? Come ahead, sir.
Jerry, can we come over for supper? You didn't hear me.
Yes, sir. State your name, and you have the floor, sir.
Good morning. My name is Lee Brown, owner of the Spring Creek Marina and RV Park. I would like to have you look at something that RV park owners have been dealing with for many years, and that is we've been trying, even on the state and national levels, to separate ourselves from being lumped into manufactured home parks. If you've ever been out to Spring Creek, or if you've ever been out to the KOA, we do not operate like manufactured park homes. And I'd like to address some things that I feel like separate us, and by what is being proposed in these ordinances is going to really restrict us in the way we would like to operate our business. Whenever I bought Spring Creek back 16 years ago, I wanted to operate an RV park that offered a camping experience to a family. So we picked one, and Spring Creek was by the lake. It offers us a chance to offer families to come out and camp. However, the restrictions on here are not going to allow us to continue with our game plan. For one thing, I'll just kind of go through here, and I'm not understanding why we're being lumped into manufactured housing, in that we don't even cater to the same clientele. Y'all have already addressed the grandfathering part of it. I don't feel like I need to jump through the hoops to show that I have benefited the city greatly out there. We're surrounded by a city park. We take care of the money out there when we sell permits for the city park. We do everything we can to be a part of the big picture. I'm not understanding where some of the minimums, like 10 acres, are required. Why are we required, if I decide to expand my park within the boundaries of what I have, why am I required only 10 spaces per acre? That is luxurious for an RV site. Right now, my RV sites average 35 feet between sites. And this more than doubles that. And I have luxurious sites. I didn't bring the pictures because I'm not really familiar with how the city council works. My sites that we're building now have patios and fire rings. We cater to the camping experience. One thing that I'm very concerned about, I have 2,500 linear feet that is designed by what I'm reading. I have to have opaque screening because we have public come by through there. What's the purpose of being at the lake and trying to have a camping experience if I have to have an 8-foot fence 2,500 feet around my entire RV park? Maximum stays. I understand some of the things that you're trying to regulate as far as monthlies and long-term stays and what have you. However, I have exception with, it says only 10% of your current sites can have park models in them. I totally disagree with that. A park model, by definition, by the Recreational Vehicle Industry Association, is a trailer-type RV that is designed to provide temporary accommodation for recreation, camping, or seasonal use. PMRVs are built on a single chassis, mounted on wheels, and have a gross trailer area not exceeding 400 square feet in the setup mode. They are certified by the manufacturers as complying with ANSI A119.5 standard for recreational parks trailers. PMRVs, park model RVs, are most often used in recreational vehicle campgrounds. They may be owned by the campground and rented to guests. These RVs are used for recreational purposes only. They are not meant to be permanently affixed to the property. Therefore, they do not improve property values in any way, and they are neither designed nor intended by the manufacturers to be used as permanent residences. PMRVs are titled as vehicles in the state of Texas. This is because PMRVs are built on permanent chassis such that they can be and are moved within a campground. My particular case is I have 15 of these little dwellings that are PMRVs titled with the state of Texas as vehicles. The reason that the industry came up with these is so that as a registered, as an RV park owner, I'm not allowed manufactured homes in my park. So if I want to rent any kind of rooms to provide a camping experience, I have to go with a registered titled vehicle that I can park in a registered titled site. Basically, all I have to do is just back it in, hook it up just like an RV. It's no different than buying a fifth wheel, backing it up into the same site, and renting it out as a little cabin. That's all we're doing. At this time, I have 15 of them. However, if we go with 10%, I'm more than double over the limit. However, because of the camper nights that I do rent out on weekends and by the day, I could actually get 15 more and still outrun my capacity during the summers. And this is for vacation. This is for exactly what an RV park is for. Another problem I have, no tents allowed. why am I now not allowed to have tents whenever I'm trying to offer a camping experience? These are reasons I think that RV parks should be considered in a separate ordinance compared to manufactured home parks. Manufactured park homes are allowed 30% of our RV occupancy, whereas, anyways, I've already covered that. I would like for you to consider that these changes be made so that RV parks are considered different, because we totally operate under a different clientele. One thing that was mentioned, that the true RV parks in the town, those that cater to the camping experience, have not been asked their opinions on any of this. The first time that KOA owner or I received any information on this was Friday in the mail. I would strongly suggest that the Texas Association of Campground Owners, which is a very national recognized association of campground owners, be pulled in for consideration of recommendations. They deal with cities all the time as far as legal issues and what have you. I highly suggest that they get involved. Mr. Marshall Gray would suggest that the KOA Association, which is also a national, be involved with it also. This is two organizations that are very concerned with the opinions of how people look at RV parks and campgrounds. I would, if you don't mind taking my suggestion, I would appreciate that.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
AJ, did you hear all of that?
I believe so.
Okay.
But he's exempt from all that.
Yeah, he's grandfathered.
Be grandfathered.
That's what I was going to say.
You're grandfathered from all this.
Summit expansion.
His expansion.
Okay. Explain it to me though, if I'm already over the limits on park models and I want to increase that, I'm not exempt if I am used to dealing with the city administration.
Yeah, anything he does extra, he will have to meet the
That
code.
would be the case on anybody.
Yeah.
Anybody. It has to be
That's
that way.
why I'm saying I would really appreciate y'all looking at that a little bit different, because with the whole idea of the park model being a temporary vacation opportunity, that's the only way we're doing it. And we feel like we're filling a niche that's not being handled by the motels, hotels. And in essence, just for your information, last year we paid $22,000 of motel hotel taxes.
Yeah.
It's not like we're sliding under the radar. We do everything up front. Everything is taken care of. I want it because I would like to expand. I'm not satisfied with where I am right now. I would like to increase my business. But with this ordinance, I will not be able to do so.
Because that's a lease, isn't that city land that you're on?
The dirt is, yes.
Is there some way that we could go about that because of actually his and Marshall's? I believe in Marshall's city land also, or does he own?
He may have purchased his.
I don't think so.
As far and that's just a side note. I'm not allowed to purchase mine, so I
Right.
get a double whammy on that.
Isn't there something that we could do about that because it's our land, and put in there in the amendment to allow him to do some increases on that? The thing that we're all sitting here having problems with is not you expanding out there, because I want you to expand out there. It's the new RV. We won't even talk about trailers, but it's the new RV parks coming in, because what's happening is all in West Texas, they're not bringing in trailers. They're bringing in RVs in these camps, and people are living in those camps. And you understand where we're coming in, what we're seeing on this. It's not your park out there is not really seeing that. But these parks all north of town and all west of town, that is. Those guys are living there permanently, and they're in an RV. It's a vehicle that they're living in permanently. So we don't. That's why we're saying it's not a camping thing. I want you and I want Marshall. I know his deal also. We know what y'all's deals are. If there's some way that we can make it where, if you were to expand, it would go into the old rules or something. I don't know how we do that.
Well,
What makes us more special?
one of the things he just solved
Well, that's our land.
his own problem, I think, is if you separate out the RVs, the strictly RVs from the rest of it.
Yeah, but still, we'll still have the problem though, Donna. The RV, like a new RV park coming in, Winky has kind of thought this out. He's gone really in depth on this, and when the new RV park comes in, it's not the camping experience that we're
Right.
worried about. That's the one we all love, and I love RVing. It's the living there.
Right.
And we've seen all the cities that are north and northwest of us, and those cities, if you go out there, they're composed of miniature little cities of RV parks where guys are living there 12 months a year. They live there. It's not a camping deal.
Isn't there a day that you can stay that would distinguish between the two?
Well, there's two things that you can do with the draft ordinances. One, there is a process written into the ordinance for variances where the council,
that was my next
excuse
point.
me, the council could find that based on the particulars of that park, they should have more allowances in certain areas. The other approach that I can think of would be to modify the percentages. You know, you have a percentage in there that is basically 75% is subject to the 6 month. You have a 15% allowance for that's exempt, and then you have a 10% allowance for the camp park models. You could also change those or modify those accordingly. So there's two approaches that you could use for that.
But if you modify it as much as he needs right now to be modified, I mean, we're messing up the whole thing about what we're and Bob and them don't have time. That's the other thing is we don't have anybody to go out and check the books in these parks and say, okay, well, he stayed here 28 days. He needs to move or go out or whatever. We don't have people we don't have the manpower to go out and police that.
But there's a provision in the draft that requires the property owner, leasee, to keep records for up to 3 years and can be inspected up at any time to say whether they stayed over that time. So it gives the city the power to inspect it.
Which we've always been able to inspect it. It's just a matter of having, you know what I'm saying? We just don't have the manpower to go out there.
And that would be the difference between the two approaches is that modifying the percentages would be a change that would apply to every single park.
Yeah, we don't.
The variance process is a change that applies to one specific park. So
or two parks.
Well, each would make application on their own merits, but yes, you would be the decision maker.
And that might be the way to do this, is to apply for a variance.
Yes, because if we don't do it that way, then this whole thing's going to unravel, and we don't have time. Time is of the essence.
Yeah.
We need to go ahead and pass this ordinance with the understanding that he will get a fair hearing if he applies for a variance because he's come in front of this council and notified us as to his problems and his desire to expand.
Well, do we have to even do a variance if you know what you want now and do it before we pass the new ordinance on this? Can we just do that? Do you know what you want to do?
No, sir. The problem is, it has taken me 1.5 years and almost 2 years to get what I am doing now approved through the city administration.
Okay.
So even if I started planning now to try to think about 2 years ahead, I'm still having to work with 6 months of manufacturing time. You know, you plan ahead, and basically, if you can understand, my busy season is March through Labor Day,
Yeah.
you know, the busy hot times. Therefore, if I was going to order a park model or try to do any expansion, I'm going to try to do it in the winter time so that they're all in place by the time March hits. And so, no, there's no way you can do that in the next 6 weeks.
Could we get together and just come up with like your dream pie in the sky deal?
Well, I have pie in the sky. I mean, I have plenty of ideas.
Well, maybe we need to do that is come together, you and Marshall and all of us come together and do the variant. I think that if we do the variances.
Well, every ordinance that we write has a clause in there that says anyone can take it to the council for a variance.
I guess my fear is that I start planning 2 years ahead, and every year I have to apply for the permit.
I'd get the variance before I plan very far, but.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah. And then the next year they say, oh, never mind.
There is, we do have different
That's why I
councils.
think you ask for a lot, and we try to.
But anyways, you can see past has not been that way. So
No, I
Thank
understand.
you, sir. Appreciate you.
Thank you.
I'd
Johnny?
like to talk to you.
Mr. Brewer, I do have a question for you, right here.
Brown.
Brown, I'm sorry. Let me get this straight. You are wanting to expand, is that, I mean, just yes or no? You want
Yes.
to expand?
Yes.
And then two, where again does it fall that he's got city land?
Yeah, his is different.
So this is a totally different case. So
Right, but according to the way I read the ordinance, it's not, so, because we're lumped together.
Well, we need to change.
We'll get with Rodney and the city administration.
Sometime this next month, Taco is coming to San Angelo to meet with the two of us on other matters, and we'll make sure that.
Yeah, that would be a great opportunity for all of us to get together then.
Right.
Let me know when that is.
Okay.
Taco. What's Taco? Texas Association of?
Texas Association Campground Owners.
Okay, thank you.
We also used to represent New Mexico. That was the Nacho Division.
Awful close to lunchtime to be talking
Yes,
about
it is.
this.
Yeah, it is.
Do we have any further public comment? Come ahead, sir. State your name, and you've got 3 to 5.
Good morning, Council. My name is Brian Brown, and I am a local park owner also. I have a very unique park here in town that I have some concerns about, and my park is located on 29th Street, 35 West 29th Street, right down the street from Hurstfield Steel. I bought this park about 4 years ago, and it's a very established, been there for 30 some odd years or longer. Many of my concerns with this draft involve changes that would have to be made that would basically make it impossible for me to continue to do business. I've heard your concerns voiced about grandfathering, and that would help me in a big way. I also hear concerns about filing for variances. I would like to see some type of clarity in the language that assure us park owners that we will be grandfathered or we will be granted these variances. That's where they're in clarity and where my concerns come from.
I don't see that would be a problem.
No, I agree. We have to put something in the ordinance related to grandfathering.
And that's what we were discussing earlier. You know, that was my point. We need to not be putting people out of business because when they went into that business, everything was acceptable.
Yes,
Good faith.
Okay, well, I would like that under consideration. I appreciate your time.
Thank you, sir.
And your deal is a little bit different than theirs, where they have. I know your park pretty well, and you really don't have land to expand, whereas they do have land.
And I
that they
don't
can
have any intentions of expanding either. One of the concerns were what the percentages of RVs in relation to mobile homes. I'm technically, and I haven't got clear of wording as to how you would define my park. My park's been there for 30 plus years, but I have 20 spaces in that park, and out of my 20 spaces, currently 15 are occupied by RVs. And if you start talking about the length of time people can stay there, I've owned the park for 4 years, and I've had people that have lived in an RV for 10 to 12 years. They are their permanent residents. Right. They do not have another place to go. I would hate to have to approach these people and tell them that they have a certain time that they will have to leave my park. So I would just like some clarity in the wording, some consideration possibly for us existing park owners. The grandfather clause would be great.
It's very well said.
No problem. No problem.
We'll fix that. Anyone else care to speak to this? Come on up, Eustace. Should we allow him 1 to 3?
No, that's fine. I won't take that much. I'm Steve Eustace. I'm a commercial real estate broker here. And I would have bet a quarter, Mr. Mayor, when I was watching the council meeting on my little screen, that you would have taken a lunch break before you launched into this. So,
if they keep talking about tacos and nachos, I'm not going to be here.
when AJ started, I jumped out of my chair and drove down here. So I'm sorry that I missed a little bit. I'm not in the business, don't intend to be, but I've sold 2 parks, one of which was to my nephew Brian Brown that just spoke, and another was River Bend that Mr. Corey Donaldson owns. He lives in California and was not aware of this either until I got a hold of him.
Colby.
We don't, ma'am?
Colby. You said Corey.
Corey Donaldson.
Okay.
Corey Donaldson. And first of all, I know we need an ordinance. No question about it. And I also know, Mr. Wardlaw, we definitely have a time fuse on our hands. So we got to get this done. So I really want to talk about existing just for a moment. You know, when you go to get this variance, and Brian brought it up, are we grandfathered or are we non-conforming or do we go get a variance? I'm not sure that it's necessary for y'all to involve 8 departments. You know, you submit this site plan. Why don't you stop right there and put it in the file? Instead, the proposal is 8 different city departments have to go out and inspect all these. If they're grandfathered, they're grandfathered. I don't know why we would want to burden staff with that kind of thing.
That sounds bureaucratic, doesn't it?
Well, you know, I mean, that's a lot of work, and
time.
I
And
think
money.
if somebody, if y'all feel the need, and I can understand that, to have site plan, let's have site plan and submit it and put it in the file, and let's be done with it. Another thing I want to talk about is an annual license fee. I don't think that's going to break anybody, but do we require any other businesses in this town to annually pay a fee to be in business in this town? I don't, not that I know of.
Yeah, we do.
We may.
Fire inspection.
They call it a fire inspection.
Well,
We do
okay.
that now.
Yeah, sure, and
Just
it's,
paid
yeah, it's 20, I think it's $25, but this is an annual 420, well, first time's 425, and then, I'm just bringing the point up. I mean, if y'all decide that's what you need to do, that's fine. Another thing that Brian brought up is existing RVs. Golly, people live there for a long time, and it is their home. And they're as proud of that nice little, 16-foot RV as we are of all of our homes. So I just want to make sure existing park owners have a chance to weigh on this. And I want to thank AJ. She's been very open. I want to thank the committee. And the planning commission was just so open to listening to all the concerns. So this is a complex problem. I don't know what the answer is, but let's protect our existing park owners, because they're the ones that have hung in there with this town and their businesses through all the lean and dry years. And when all these man camps go away, these guys are going to get hurt in the interim, and then they're going to be the ones that have to suffer through it, and they'll stick through it when the end's coming. Now, and just one thing on new parks that I'm a little confused about, and I'm not sure, Rodney, your point a while ago, 1,000 feet buffer. Okay, I don't know what it needs to be, but if y'all take a 10-acre square, that's 660 feet by 660 feet. That's 10 acres squared. If you put even 100-foot buffer on 3 sides.
Steve, it's not a buffer.
Okay.
It's not a buffer anymore. It's just a distance.
Setback.
It was changed from it was a buffer originally. It's not a buffer
Okay.
anymore. So your point there is moot.
Okay, what is it then?
It's just a distance. You can't locate your park any closer than 1,000 feet from a residential area.
So, okay, so you determine where all your residential zoning is and go 1,000 feet out from that.
From perimeter to perimeter.
Okay.
Yeah, it's different than.
Okay.
I think if it were a buffer, you would have a very valid complaint.
Well, 10 acres with 100 foot
Yeah.
would net you only 5 point something acres of buildable space. But
Right.
And Winky, you evidently had some proposals that you had written up.
Mm-hmm.
How do we get copies?
They'll probably be part of this ordinance.
Well, could we look at it before then, Mr.
AJ's got them.
Okay. Thank y'all very much.
Thanks, Steve. Anyone else? Pros or cons? This is your opportunity. If not, AJ, do you have what you need, girl?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Well, I think you said that there was nothing to discuss in executive. I'm going to say then it is 12:34. I think we can be back here by shortly after 1 o'clock. Give us 30 minutes to taco and nacho, and then we'll be back.
I can cover some. Mayor, I do want to cover just some of the, since we're going to be doing a 30-minute lunch, I do want to cover some of my discussions with Christian Village.
Do you think we'll be back in 35 minutes?
Easily.
Let's shoot for about 1:05, 1:10, and we'll be back then. Is that all right with you, ma'am?
Works for me. Just hurry up and read it so we can get out of here.
There is nothing to read, is there?
Yeah, he said he wanted to discuss.
You did want to say something? Let me read it. Let me read it right quick to make the.
We need quorum, though. That wasn't me, right?
Hang on just a minute. Let me read this. Executive closed session. Executive session under the provision of Government Code Title V, Open Government Ethics, Subtitle A, Open Governance, Chapter 551, Open Meetings. Subchapter D, exceptions to the requirement that meetings be open under the following section. Section 551072, deliberate the purchase, exchange, lease, or value of real property regarding West Texas Christian Foundation property, a.k.a. Christian Village, 1235. We gone.
No.
It is 1:11, and we are now back in session. We have, next on our agenda is item number 26, which is consideration of approving the City of San Angelo to permit closure of city offices for employee participation in the Neighborhood Revitalization Cleanup Project in Rio Vista neighborhood on Friday, May the 16th, 2014, excluding offices of essential personnel who directly provide public health and safety services. Mr. Salas.
Council, once again, we're hosting our annual Neighborhood Blitz. Let me rephrase that, the award-winning Neighborhood Blitz. And we're asking council to allow us to close non-essential services for that Friday, May the 16th, and for us to carry out cleanup and paint projects.
Anyone want to move to approve this?
I have a question.
Yes, ma'am.
I've been in favor of this, and I said something last time that the areas that have been selected are all centralized in just one area location. When is a team of people surveyed the entire city for other people who need assistance, who are not physically able to clean up or fix up? I mean, there are other areas in the city than where the concentration has been.
Yes, ma'am. There's lots of parts. You're right. There's lots of parts of the city that do need to be addressed. What we're trying to do is focus on these 4 neighborhoods that we identified several years back as part of our neighborhood revitalization plan. And once we were comfortable with those areas, we can start moving away. But we're not quite there yet, I don't believe. Maybe a couple years. At that point, we can start moving outside those target areas. And for example, there's a place towards where Howard and Webster, those areas. That's another area that we're trying to look at. We'll have to come back to council and ask for us to reshape those areas so we can expand.
There's some areas there that Junius and on down and around that absolutely are in some need. There's some areas up on Webster that you swing around, and the years go by and the people get older, and they could use assistance, but it doesn't seem like they're getting any attention. So I'm ringing that bell.
Yes, ma'am. I would ask that we hold off for a little while, give us a little bit more chance to focus on the ones we've already identified. We're getting close. Blackshear, for example, we've done a lot there.
Mm-hmm.
We're almost it's almost to a point where we don't need to go back there anymore.
Mm-hmm.
Okay? Rio Vista, getting to a point where we're getting pretty close to. We covered a lot of projects in that area as well. We still need to look at Reagan area. That hasn't been addressed very much either. Once we get there, then we could perhaps expand. Of course, it's up to council. we could do it next year if you want. It's really up to council at that point.
Thank you.
I'll move to approve this item.
Anybody want a second?
I'll second it.
We do have a motion. We do have a second. Do I have any further council discussion? Public discussion. Motion has been made and seconded that we authorize the cleanup neighborhood revitalization. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay.
Nay.
Put a 2. Put a 5-2 on that one. Charlotte and Winky. First public hearing, number 27, a consideration of introducing an ordinance amending Appendix A pertaining to Lake Nasworthy lot lease fees of the Code and Ordinance of the City of San Angelo, and ordinance amending Appendix A, Article 6, Section 6.100, entitled Lake Nasworthy lot lease fees of the Code of Ordinances of the City of San Angelo, Texas, by repealing and restating said article in its entirety to provide for Lake Nasworthy and South Concho River lease fees, providing for severability, providing for an effective date. Cindy Priest, you are on, ma'am.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. I'm Cindy Priest, and I'm with the Real Estate Division of the City Attorney's Office. The purpose of this amendment is to incorporate the Lake Nasworthy and South Concho River recreational, grazing, and agricultural lease fees into the section of the fee schedule. Additionally, is to reduce the multiplication factor for those residential lease fees based on market value, effective January 1st, 2017. The first change to the section is the title. This new section title will be Lake Nasworthy South Concho River Annual Lease Fees. The second change is going to provide for a $50 transfer fee for recreational, grazing, and agricultural leases. This is a current fee. All we're doing is including it in the fee schedule. The third change is going to be the granting, a granting fee of $75 for recreational, grazing, and agricultural leases. Again, this is the current fee. All we're doing is including it into the fee schedule. The fourth change provides for the annual lease fee for recreational, grazing, and agricultural leases. City Council approved the current lease fees on June 29, 1982, and since that time, these fees have remained the same. Our proposal is that the increase be minimal. We're going to increase it to $14 per acre for land, $250 recreational charge regardless of the acres, 50 cents per linear foot on water frontage, and the $75 per family unit involved in adjacent subdivision remains unchanged. Our fifth change addresses the annual rent residential lots beginning January 1st, 2017. Our change indicates that our change will be to reduce the impact of the residential rent escalation based on the appraised market value, effective January 1st, 2017. The amended ordinance provides that the annual rent be calculated based on the appraised market value of the land multiplied by a factor of 0.015. This change is from the current multiplication factor of 0.08. The following examples will illustrate the financial impact of the current ordinance on residential leaseholders. We currently have, our example one, we have a residential leaseholder who pays $619 a year. The appraised market value of their property is $78,800. Based on the current ordinance and a multiplication factor of 0.08, effective January 1st, 2017, this leaseholder will pay $6,304 in annual rent. The proposed change is a multiplication factor of 0.015, and this would reduce the annual rate to $1,182. You'll note that this is an increase in the annual rent. It will go from $619 to $1,182. Examples 2 is similar, annual rent of $661. The appraised market value of the property is $88,000. Based on the current ordinance, the multiplication factor of 0.08, effective January 1st, 2017, this leaseholder will pay $7,040 in annual rent. Proposed change would reduce their annual rent from $7,040 to $1,320. Again, this is an increase in their annual rent, just not as drastic. And the sixth and final change provides that at no time shall any annual residential rent based on the appraised market value be less than $700. We recommend this as to offset the cost of managing the residential lots, including the billing, the transfer of leases, new leases, and the cost of appraisals. And I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Rodney, this is your area. You want to start, sir?
Yeah, first of all, we looked at this over a long period of time, and we were trying to come up with what was best for the residents and also what was best for the city. These rates have not been raised since 1982. They have not, again, I want to say that to be really clear. These rates have not been raised since 1982. So they had to be raised at this point. There were a lot of numbers that were tossed around, that anywhere between the 1.5 to 4 or 5%. I feel that the 1.5% raise is fair to all the residents that are involved. I know it is going to be a hardship on some of the residents that are out there, but it is way, way better than what the 8% deal was going to be in 2017. 8% was going to basically kill people, force them to move.
Well, and it's the recreational, agricultural, and grazing lease fees that have not been increased since '82. But the residential fees have had a gradual increase.
Gradual,
Yes,
but they
sir.
still weren't near where they should be.
No, sir.
And pretty much all the, I don't want to speak for everybody, but most of us felt like that was the case, that we had to raise it. It was just how much were we going to raise it? And I feel that we kept it as low as we possibly could, but yet we made it where it is going to, for lack of better words, help pay their fair share out there on the lots that are there.
Do you like to move one way or another on this?
I move that we accept the.
Wait, Mr. Mayor.
Yes. Well, we can still,
Okay.
we can still take discussion.
I move that we accept the rates as presented.
I'll second that motion.
Okay, now we'll have other discussion. Charlotte?
As presented, covers everything in future, and I thought we were trying to protect those that have been there with the changing the 8 to the 1, but does that mean that anybody who buys from this day forward gets the advantage of that 1, or should it be a different rate?
No, they get the advantage of the 1. I think in order to be fair out there for everybody, they should all pay the same rate.
And that's the residential, annual residential lease fees are based, effective January 1, 2017. The ones that are scheduled to go to market value will be based on the appraisal times .08.
So if the appraisals go up, then it automatically goes up?
Yes,
It goes up.
Just need to
I think it's fair, Charlotte, that the way we've got it, that we've planned.
Well, just a minute, Rodney. Let me bring up a point and make sure I understand, or make sure everybody else understands. I'm concerned about tracts that are unleased right now, like unleased riverfront or unleased farmland or something. I don't know how that's treated in this. I can't remember over this long period of time, but it seems like everything that's unleased on the tracks I'm talking about ought to go to fair market value right immediately, and I don't know if it's accomplished in there.
The farm leases are bid out, so they go to the highest bidder. The only leases that this pertains to are those that are along Lake Nasworthy or the South Concho River. It does not affect Twin Buttes leases. Those leases are through the Bureau of Reclamation. So again, these only affect the city-owned property along Lake Nasworthy and the South Concho River.
Right, that's fine, but the principle would be the same, and I'm focusing in on that 900-foot tract in particular that's never been leased along the Concho River. Why would we lease that for less than fair market value, or any other tracts that are unleased on the river?
Is it just the 1 though?
Well, I don't know. There may be others.
Well, I think we have 2 now because we denied a renewal of a lease for residential, which I want to come back to. But
so, what would be wrong with removing those right now to fair market value?
Well, I have an issue with the one that we denied earlier this year or last year of the residents. I think that we weren't fair on that deal, because we've never ever denied anybody that's had a residential lease or to be able to lease the land that's down below them. So I think we need to come back and address that. I don't think we can really talk about it here because it's not one of the items, that's not part of what the discussion was supposed to be.
Normally, these properties, they have limited access, and so the only ones that would have access to the river frontage are the abutting property owners. So that's why the rates have been established since 1982, is again they're also the caretakers of the land, right, so that they keep the city from having to go out and clean the property.
Yeah, but wait a minute, wait a minute. I've got a degree in real estate, and I've taken all the real estate appraisal courses that are offered. If a tract has never been leased and you're going to lease it to somebody based on the rates 30 years ago plus a slight increase, which you're trying to take care of those people, I understand that. But if you're not leasing unleased tracts for the fair market value, you're just making a gift to that particular person of city property or city monies. You understand what I'm saying?
I do.
I think he's got a point.
He does.
I did too.
But
He's got a good point.
And I think you do also, but how many pieces of property are we talking about?
Well, Rodney, you just, he may be your friend now, but if we're going to lease that property to him, he needs to pay fair market value. He's not even been a resident of San Angelo. Why should he get he or anybody else, it's not personal, why should anybody get the benefit of our negligence for the last 30 years?
That's not, well, it is personal, but anyways,
No, it's not personal to me.
That property over there, it is to me, and I felt like we did him an injustice on that because we didn't allow him to have the same lease that we allowed every other homeowner in there.
I'm talking about the rates. I'm talking about the rates.
I understand, but he should have the same rates as every other homeowner that's in there.
No, he shouldn't.
Not a San Angelo taxpayer.
Yes, he is. He lives here. He lives in San Angelo.
The only excuse for keeping the rates lower than fair market value is a person's held that property for a long period of time, and you're not wanting to pile the increase on him all in 1 year. That situation is not relevant where you're leasing a tract that somebody doesn't own it.
Yeah, but we took it away from him.
You didn't. He never owned it.
Yeah, he had the lease on it, and every other lease that's ever been done out at the lake, every lease has been renewed. And not a single one has ever been denied, ever.
When did we take?
We denied him the.
You didn't take it away from him. You never had it.
Maybe we ought to put that on a future agenda. That's item
He had the
specifically.
lease. He had the right to that lease on that property.
He did.
I don't remember enough about it to even deal with it, but maybe that's something we should put on a future agenda.
I think we should, and I do want it on there because we did take.
Because we're walking on the line here.
Well, okay, let's just pass it and make
No,
some
it
gifts
should
to
be
people in the
postponed till we
future.
have enough information.
We've already moved, and we've got a second. Let's vote on it.
And I suppose if it fails, then if someone wants to move, that we add that all property that's not under existing be charged at fair market value. And I think Winky's got a very good point there. And as far as this one particular instance you're talking about, we can bring that back, just that one portion, and we can.
Not if they
Well, we
revote.
can make a variance. We can make a variance because it's already been addressed. Right now, there is a motion on the floor that we accept this as it has been proposed. And if we get 4 votes, it will be passed as that. If it does not, then we'll make another motion and we'll start over again. Any public comment, Don?
Oh, thank you, Mayor. My name's Don Butts, and I represent a lady that has a lease lot there at the lake. And I had first I want to say thank y'all for addressing this and going back and revisiting the ordinance as it was written to bring it up to date, sort of, to meet our standards, so to speak. Is there anything in the new ordinance that addresses how often those lots will be reappraised? Was there? In reading, I did not pick it up.
They're appraised no less than every 10 years. Okay. So it would be a 10-year marker, and then they would be reappraised, and the new lease rate would be set at 10 years.
It's 10 years too long. Should we go to 5?
Oh, I did not even pick it up whether or not that it was in there at all, where it could be appraised as the council sees fit every year, every 6 months, or whatever. And so, when y'all, is it in there?
It's in Chapter 9.
Well, I mean, what they voted on the first reading, it's in there? Mm-hmm. Yes, okay. If y'all satisfied it's in there, it's fine. Let me ask you this. When we first started this process of selling lots, there was some kind of an index formula whereby that the appraisal was made, and then I don't know exactly what that formula was or what the index was, but there was a factor in there that the appraisal value was not, the lots were not sold at what they were appraised for, but there was a factored in there of how long that lease had to be gone and so forth, and it was, then the price was set. Did y'all discuss anything? If people starts to, there's what, 221 or 220 lease lots out there now. If they want to come to you and said, look, we want to buy ours, is it at the appraised value, and y'all's appraisers, is it can be bought for what that appraisal is, or is there some factor as it was before?
It's market value.
Cindy, I believe it is market value.
Charles, do you remember that?
I thought it was at market value of what, and it listed it stated an MRI appraiser, which that's for commercial purposes. It didn't necessarily state a residential. That's what I remember.
But there was a factor, though, that we're giving credit for however long your lease had to go.
Don't remember.
Yes, there was.
Yes, sir,
Cindy?
Mr. Butts.
Right.
There was,
Yeah.
and in effect, it decreased the fair market value of the property, giving them the benefit of the bad lease that the city made, but you're absolutely right.
So my question was, Mr. Mayor, did y'all discuss that when you was coming up with this art?
I didn't. I've never heard anything about it.
No, we
Would
didn't.
this change, Cindy?
I'm sorry.
Would what Don's talking about, would that change under
Should
this,
stay in.
under our vote?
No, sir, right now, my understanding is that effective January 1st, 2017, the appraisals are going to value the property at the fee simple value, that there will not be a deduction based on the leasehold interest. That's my understanding. I've not confirmed that with the appraiser. That is the standard that's in the background minutes.
So that actually would take the discount away for those people that had the lake
Right.
lots for a long time.
That was part of the benefit of buying the lot early.
Is that what we want, council?
So you may want to, whatever, I'm not, say, look, make a decision today, but that is something that's going to come up. It's why some people had advantage of that and some people didn't.
Mayor, it sounds like maybe we haven't thought this thing completely through, and I was
It may not hurt to hold off to the next meeting.
Motion and second. It's
Well,
gotta
we
go
can-
forward, unless they pull their motion.
You want to pull it to next meeting, Rodney?
Yes, I'm fine with withdrawing my motion.
You going to withdraw
I'm
your
going to keep
second?
my, no, I'm going to keep
You're
my
going to keep your second?
Yeah.
Johnny's keeping his second, but the motion's been withdrawn.
No, he's-
Let's visit this at the
Pulling my
next,
second.
at the next meeting.
He's pulling a second.
Well, now he's pulled his second. We'll get to you, Richard. If that's all right, let's just put this, let's wait on this a couple of weeks and revisit it again. Cindy, is that all right with you?
Yes, sir.
Council, anybody want to make a motion, we postpone this?
I'll make the motion that we postpone till we have further information regarding the questions of the value, and also address the question that Mr. Wardlaw brought up about never leased property or new lease values, that we should have those questions before we bring it back.
Could we do this by the 18th, Cindy?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Anyone will second that?
Good questions, Don.
Thank you, council, thank you.
Anybody want to second her motion?
I'll second it.
Okay. Richard, did you have a comment, sir?
Yes, sir.
Name's Richard Bastardo again. When I was on the council, these lots came up. There was people out there that wanted them on a discount. I was one of 4 votes on that council that clearly voted for selling them to whoever wanted them at fair market value, and Mr. Wardlaw was there. Now, I think that the mistake by a very far back previous council was made, but you guys can't be held to that. But they made a big mistake, in my opinion, by going into the real estate business. When that lake was man-made, because it's not laid there by the hand of God, and they platted all that land, by God, they should have just sold it to whoever comes first. Now, former Mayor Don Butts brings up some darn good questions. And I'm hoping that you all postpone it. I think you already did that. But when the simple vote of the council decided to sell them, again, fair market value, no discount, okay? They chose to lease it, and you're right, Mr. Fleming, correctly. Nobody has been denied, but only in the area of exercising their option to continue to lease it or drop it. You're correct, but it's based on that. Now, and you can go back into the records, it's all in black and white. At that time, the council, simple vote, clearly said 3 appraisers out there. And you want to do your homework, go back and check me out. By the time that was over, Mr. Fleming, and the rest of you that weren't here, but Mr. Wardlaw was, we ended up with 5 appraisers. And the city manager couldn't explain why. We voted on 3 only. And former Mayor Butts, when he asks about, you know, the fair market value back then, well, it's not supposed to stand because the market goes up and down. We all know that. So you better be careful when these people that he represents, for example, Mayor Butt, former Mayor Butt, man, you better give them time behind this microphone. I'm serious as a heart attack. But for the council to say 3 appraisers and then 2 come in, it raises a red flag. Why were they brought in? Who are they catering to? You got people out there, and that's your district, Mr. Fleming, you know that. You got people out there that want to buy them, but they're not reachable no more. Huh? Rick Abbott, for example, one of your constituents, was telling me, gee, Richard, some of the people out there got it for 22 and 25. I said, I know, man, I know. Now he's talking about they want between 70 and 90 grand. You do some of these people are doing like the, you know, I mean, God put the moon where it's at, and it's gonna stay there. Well, these property at fair market value, they gonna go up. Now these guys that are out there that want to buy that land, it's not reachable. It's like the moon, it's not reachable. But Mayor, I thank you for setting this back somewhere. Now don't put it on the back burner, because a lot of times when you put something on the back burner, it just burns up.
Thank you. Any other further comment from the public?
One thing that I want to really stress on this, and I know you guys are wavering the other way on this, is you can get a city council up here and vote to take away a person's right to do their lease, which we did. We took away the right for him to renew his lease. And I fully admit I was wrong in that, because I voted to take that away. After I've thought about it, I've met with him, I've talked with him, and it's the only one that's ever been done that way. I feel that we should give him that right to have that lease back. He doesn't have to take it, just like none of those other houses do, but they all do. No one has ever turned down the lease. It hasn't happened yet. So I think you're taking away property rights that person should have. When he bought that property, that property was tied to it, and we basically, with the stroke of a pen, we took away his property rights. We took it away from him, and now I feel like we should give it back to him. And I like what you said, Richard. We need to have people up here, because the general public needs to know, if you have property on that river and somebody on this council gets upset with you, if they can get 3 people to take away your property rights, you will lose your property rights. And that's what happened to him. I want to make sure that we don't do that again. I messed up on it the first time. I won't mess up on it again.
We all make mistakes.
Yeah, we all do. I pray to God every day on the mistakes I make. But I can live up to it and know that if I know I made a mistake, I'll try to make it right.
I think we can put that specific example back on the agenda for.
I want that on there. I mean, it's two separate things, though.
Yes, I agree with you.
It's talking about his lease, which he has already come back to me and said that he wants that lease, and I think it is fair that he gets that lease, no matter whether he was going to do whatever, the trailer park or the RV park or anything that he was going to do. That lease should be his lease.
I agree with you. All right, we've got a motion. We don't have any more public comment. We don't have any more council comment. The motion has been made that we postpone this until March the 18th, at which time these things can be clarified, and we'll vote again. All in favor of postponing, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Put a 7-0 on that one. All right, number 28, discussion, consideration of nominating city council members to serve on the solid waste request for proposal selection committee. Councilman Self has asked for this. Why don't you take it, Marty, and explain your position?
Sure. After talking to Shane after the last council meeting, and I think the majority of the council at that time may have all wanted to serve on the committee, and he explained that basically the time crunch we're under and the way it's going to take, it's going to be too hard for all of us to serve on it. So I think we need to get those. We need to get to 3 or under so that we don't have to have several meetings, and it takes a lot of time. And at the same time, there was some questions brought up about whether or not it had to be done in open session and couldn't be kept behind closed doors. So I think we need to get that number under 3, and so I was asked for it to be put back on the agenda.
I don't want that number 3 to include me.
Nor me.
I need a point of order.
Yes, ma'am.
This was voted on last meeting, and we did away with the committee, and now the request is that we have the committee after we just voted on it. And I'm trying to find it in the minutes. I had asked Alicia, I thought when Mr. Jimenez was on council that he brought up, and we had a lengthy discussion about if something had just been presented and say a council member didn't like the way the vote turned out, that before he could bring it back, he had to have a signed request by 2 council members, and it had to pass by supermajority. I would just like to point and find the minutes of that meeting to clarify what we put in place at that time before we move forward.
What we did back when Jimenez was here is it was for ordinances. And it was the amount of dog ordinances, amount of dogs that one could have, and it was an ordinance. And what the ordinance said was that if you wanted to bring it back before 6 months, that it had to be put on the agenda, it had to be discussed, and 4 members of the council had to say bring it back, at which time it could be brought back. But it could be brought back the next week if 4 members of the council would do it. This has been put back on the agenda. If 4 members of this council say we want to look at it again, then we have that right to do it. And this is not even an ordinance. This was just a decision. I don't have a problem, one, with 4 members of this council making majority vote.
It gives the appearance, I guess my problem is this, it gives the appearance that we unanimously made a decision up here last week, and say 4 people got together and said, well, we didn't like that, we need to go back and change it, and that's discussing a meeting 4 people together. You shouldn't be doing that. To me, it jeopardizes the integrity of our votes if we're going to do this.
Well, that never happened to begin with. I've never talked with Marty about this, and I've never even talked about it here. Why don't you just be one of the members that are on the committee, and then that voids it out?
But I don't agree that we need a committee. If a few people...
Are you going to attend every meeting?
Yes, I always...
You didn't. No, I was the only person that came from this council that was here for the RFP. Every one of you said that you wanted to be.
I didn't know anything about it.
Every one of you said you wanted to be on it, and I was here.
Well, I have to have notice of when there's going to be meetings.
Well, I was the only council member that went for it.
I think it's a matter of logistics. I mean, we can only be in so many places at one time.
No.
They didn't know about a meeting?
No.
Now, that's unusual. If 3 of us down here didn't know about a meeting...
Look,
I just want to reiterate the words of the mayor at the last meeting after we voted unanimously 7-0 to have this done by the entire council, and that was, this is too important an item, and that he wanted to be on there, and he thought anybody else that wanted to be on the committee and hear the presentation should be there. And I agree with that 100%, and that's the reason I voted for it, and that's the reason why I'm against any change. And I don't know what the law is, but I think anybody that wants to attend that meeting should be able to attend. If you're an elected representative of the city, we're entrusted caretakers of all of this stuff, and we do not need to be excluded by some majority of other people. And I don't know if you can prevent me from being there, but I'm planning on attending any presentation, whether I'm on the committee or not. And I don't think there should be a committee. And I don't think this change from one meeting to another passes a smell test, to tell you the truth. And I don't think a lot of other citizens in this community do either.
Well, I don't know if we could all sit on the committee or sit in it anyway. I mean,
well, clarify yourself when you said something about it couldn't be an executive session. That didn't make any sense to me.
Well,
Can I assist? May I assist? The issue initially with a quorum of council sitting in executive session, which appeared to be the original strategy, it was determined that that's not permissible because the Open Meetings Act doesn't provide there's no provision for the quorum to review an RFP in executive. So then we would look at a quorum of council in open session. It's not legally impermissible, but I think there were questions about deviation from the normal procedure that we do follow to have an RFP reviewed in open session, and it was just, we examined how that might deviate from prior instances or a practice of evaluating with a less than a quorum, not an open session. So I could go into some details, perhaps the city manager might wish to. However, there's no legal issue with regard to a quorum in open session, but there may be some other issues. As far as readdressing the item that was voted on, because perhaps it was thought that it would be permissible for the item to be reviewed in executive, and it was determined that there was not an exception to allow that, that caused us to be here at the plate again.
Okay. When was there a written notice sent out to each council member advising that there would be a meeting that I supposedly missed that I didn't see?
Shane, you want to go and address that real quick?
The meeting schedules were actually listed on the last agenda item. At the last meeting, all meeting dates were, meeting schedules were listed on the agenda item. So the meeting for last Tuesday was actually on the agenda.
For an RFP review?
Yes. For the pre-proposal conference, it was actually listed in the actual background memo.
Yeah.
Well, I think we're kind of getting off point here. Do you tell me again why you think it's too unwieldy to have a full council or substantially full amount of council to listen to the presentation?
He doesn't care.
It doesn't matter to me about listening to the presentations. There are some issues that I feel there are in doing it in open session in a regular council meeting, to where we allow public comment in regular meetings, in which deviates greatly from a standard RFP procedure, which would allow all citizens to comment on the actual RFP procedure itself. And then not only that, it would allow actually each one of the proponents or respondents to be able to get up in a public comment period and actually give a presentation at that point, and or rebut or refute anything that's said or proposed or reviewed by the other respondents. So we kind of deviate from standard procedure, and I'm not sure, there's some concerns there from my standpoint. And then the amount of material that we've asked for in this RFP is going to be quite staggering. I'm expecting multiple different variations of responses a lot of calculations that we're going to have to go through to actually review to determine which proposal is actually the best value, brings the best value to the city. And we fully intend to involve the council, but we just weren't planning on, or the whole council, but we weren't planning on doing it as the review portion of this proposal. Because there will be, and I'm not sure exactly how significant these proposals are, but I would suspect 400 or 500 pages in some responses that we're going to have to sift through in a very quickly to get the turnaround times that we need. We're going to be a lot of number crunching to determine, best value from multiple different proposals, because there are a lot of proposals on the table. We've asked for a whole lot of things for people to propose and bring back to the table, bring back to us.
What's the duration of time do you think, Shane, that it'll take to really give this a thorough review and make sure that we are addressing the concerns that we have? Of course, there's also points that we like to negotiate based on what we receive back on those RFPs. How much time will that take? And I'm sorry, I wasn't here at the last meeting. I left on city business also, but I was kind of concerned when I heard that the whole city council wanted to serve on this committee. And the reason behind that is because, as Shane is saying, this is going to be very thorough. If we're going to be posting city council meetings, it's going to be multiple meetings just to get this thing ironed out. And it's not going to be something that I feel that's going to happen in one setting. It's going to be multiple sittings just to get this ironed out. And that's just a concern that I do have. I think that if we have 3 council members that serve on this committee, along with staff reviewing, we can set aside the time necessary to give this a thorough review without having to schedule multiple council meetings just to get this thing done. And of course, we do have a time crunch here also to get this resolved as soon as possible.
Yeah, and
you only have 2 weeks, isn't it? When
yeah,
we said 2 weeks?
I'm really trying to do it. I'm trying to have most of it turned around, or have the major review done within 2 weeks, and have it back
to negotiate with one of them.
To really bring back a proposal within 2 to 3 weeks. And within that, we could schedule a special meeting in there if we needed to. But I would think if the whole council wants to review everything and we want to crunch through all the numbers, we're talking 4, 5, 6 hour meetings just on this one topic.
Mr. Valenzuela, I just looked back at the previous meeting and his letter. Last Tuesday was February 25th. And it says in the letter, pre-proposal conference, and before it gets down to initial committee meeting is March 17th. That's what you've got in your memo here. I didn't notice that this meant committee meeting to be there February 11th or February 5th, because it doesn't say anything until March 17th is the initial committee meeting. That's misleading and blindsiding.
Well, no, I mean, the committee did not have to be there at the pre-proposal conference. This was the it wasn't mandatory.
I went to the meeting. I go to all the meetings.
It wasn't a mandatory it was mandatory for the people. It wasn't mandatory for the committee or the deal. I had to be there because I was leading the meeting, but that was.
Charlotte, I didn't say you had to be there. What I said was this is the biggest contract that this city is going to
Exactly, and I would not miss the meeting, and it wasn't implied that it was an initial meeting at that date.
I don't think he
I don't go to meetings for the need of going to meetings, but those that are necessary, absolutely. And the insinuation and the blindside is not appreciated on something this large and this important.
It was a meeting to clarify as far as answers, any questions that may have as far as anybody submitted for the RFP, any questions, any clarification. That's what that meeting was for. Again, the way you read it, Charlotte, sounds like basically if you wanted to show up and answer any questions, then you were welcome to do so. I'm not sure you misunderstood that as far as you had to be invited, or
oh no, I didn't.
Okay.
I go because the meeting before that we said all of us were going to be on there, so I'm naturally thinking we're all going to the meeting. Well, I'm the only one that shows up to the meeting.
Aside from what happened in the past, logistically, I just feel that this is my opinion. But as far as the way that we should move forward, I really do feel that if there's 3 council members, my understanding is probably going to be 3 council members that want to serve on this committee. It's going to take a lot of time. It's going to be very time consuming, but again, it affords us the opportunity to review what comes in, and also affords us the opportunity, if there's some negotiating points that we'd like to pursue, we're not doing it here in an open session. we do it by committee.
I'd also like to talk about a quorum of council appearing at a committee.
We can't
at
do
an
that.
You can't do that, so it is problematic. A quorum of council would be an open session, and we were looking at that as a deviation from the past practice. And there are some concerns that I would like to mention as far as disclosing bidding information, which under the Open Records Act, the city is entitled not to release bidding information to provide the city a competitive advantage. That is going to be, you know, all of that's going to be out there to the detriment to the city's bargaining position. And there may be initial difficulties in redacting proprietary information of the respondents. So, you know, and I think Shane mentioned the multiple public comments and the fact that the respondents might have several bites at the apple because it's posted on the agenda. So it's just different than our prior practice. And again, a quorum can only meet, you know, if it's posted and noticed. And so it just is a little problematic, not illegal, but problematic because it differs from what we've done in the past. And of course, the selection group, the selection evaluation committee was sort of established thinking that there would be a specialized knowledge that would be crystallized and sort of compacted into the evaluation committee based on
I see
staff.
two choices here. I see either staff takes care of it, the RFP, and does it only with staff, or staff can do it with 3 council members, but staff cannot do it with 7 council members, because if we have more than 3 in a committee, it has to be posted, and it has to be an open meeting. So we're either going to have to do everything we do in an open meeting, or we're going to have to do it with 3 council members in a committee, or it's going to have to be done by staff. I mean, that's the only choices we have.
Right.
And I didn't realize that last time, which is the reason, because of the quorum, I realized we can't do it as a council.
Well, let me comment on that. You're saying a quorum now. Are you talking about 4 or 5 people? Because a quorum in here under the ordinance is 5.
That's a legal question.
Technically, yes, but I don't like any more than 4 people
Well,
being
no,
at
I'm not
anything.
talking about technically. I want to know.
The quorum for
a quorum,
purposes of
meeting is 5, right?
yes.
Okay. So why can't 4? I'm thinking of an option, which is that if there are 3 people that don't want to sit in on the meetings, we can have 4 and be okay. Which is different than what the mayor's saying. I'm counting chickens.
May I address that? When you have 4 council members that are serving, even though you don't have a quorum, it takes 4 council members to vote in an open session. So you could bring into question, well, you have 4, you don't have a quorum, but you do have 4 council members there. A decision may already be made by those 4 council members. So even though you don't have a quorum, in open session, all of a sudden now you have 4 individuals who are part of that committee that now have a decision that's made, even though it wasn't a quorum of 5. You have 4 that can move forward on a decision or can vote on an item.
I don't see that concern at all. If we have 4, then are you saying that we could? It would be okay to meet in closed session? 4 is opposed to a quorum. Do you know the answer to that off the top of your head?
For purposes of the Open Meetings Act, the quorum for deliberation would be 5. However, you know, let me just think for a moment.
And I don't have an
Don't
issue,
mind.
to be honest with you, if it's 4 council members. I just don't like the perception that you have 4 council members serving the committee. A decision could have already been made before you actually do it in an open session. That's the only concern that I have.
Right.
Other than that, I don't have a problem with 4 council members being on that committee whatsoever.
Well, everybody just take an oath that they won't have any preconceived ideas that they're going to tell everybody else that they're going to vote on that way.
Perceptions. I'm just talking about perceptions.
I'm willing to trust the fellow people.
Up to this point, I know the mayor and myself have stepped down from. I don't want to serve, you know, and I don't care. It doesn't bother me if 3 of you guys are interested in serving.
Well, if
That'd
we
be
can
good.
get one more step down, then maybe we can solve our problem.
That's, that was the whole reason I asked for it to be put on the agenda before point of order was called. I would be willing to step down.
I trust whichever three are on there. I have no problem.
Because we're going to vet this fully and completely in open council before we make any decision. All the committee is for is just to go through the fine print and
Narrow it
bring
down.
something to us for president. So the whole council is going to make the decision.
Correct.
I don't see the problem here.
Well, it sounds like we can solve this real quick, and let's get moving on. Winky, you do it, Charlotte do it, and I'll do it.
That's it.
That's three.
That's it, so we're done.
Don, do you want to be on it?
No.
Okay.
The
All right.
perception, I think that he's right on the perception thing of the four people could push through whatever they want. If three of us are on there, the two of you want to be on there, I want to be on there, let's just do it. Let's move.
I am bothered by the perception that you vote on something and every week or every 2 weeks, we're going to change it with another vote. It just totally, in my opinion, slaps the integrity of this council that, hey, we didn't get our way last time, let's try it this way. That's what I worry about in the perception.
But we couldn't do it, Charlotte. We couldn't do it. We cannot discuss this out in open forum. It has to be in the executive. We have to discuss this behind closed doors, because you're going to be looking at 2 or 3 probably companies, and you're going to put in the numbers together, and we may have to go back, because I do have a little bit of an advantage over you guys. I was at this meeting. We may have to go back several times with 2 companies to just before we decide, and we're going to have to look at the numbers at those companies and go back and forth. You'll be brought up to speed on that, but we have to do that in executive session. You can't let it out in the open.
Were you making a motion?
I move that the 3 of us, you, Winky, Charlotte, and myself, are the committee on this.
Second.
Or part of the committee. I know that part of it's going to be the
No,
the
part
staff.
of.
The staff.
We're the city council members that will be on the committee.
Okay.
I second it.
There has been a motion. There has been a second. I think as far as council, we beat this thing to death. Anybody from the public want to comment? Vote has been made that Winky, Charlotte, and Fleming be the council members on the committee to vet the proposals for waste, and that they then, after they have made their decisions, they will bring it all to the council. It will all be fully vetted in an open council, and we will look at all of the options, and then we will make the final decision. But y'all are the ones that will vet it through. That motion.
The whole committee, though. It's
Yes.
not just the
The whole-
council members.
yes.
It's also
That's right.
staff. It's all staff.
All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
I have one comment. Mr. Valenzuela, your office is very good about whenever a council member has to be at a meeting, they send a memo, puts it on their calendar, on their phone, accept, decline, and et cetera, and so forth. I am going to demand, since it questioned my loyalty to this city and the integrity was brought up today, I firmly believe that and feel that I would want any meeting to be sent to us in this manner so we can confirm that we will be there.
Yes, ma'am.
Charlotte, I was never.
That's it.
I never ever questioned your integrity.
Did you
I don't
vote
think
for it?
integrity was questioned
Did
at
you
all.
vote for this or against it, Charlotte?
Vote for it.
Okay, so after all this is said and done, it's a 7-0 vote that these 3 be on. Let's move on now to the next one, which is item number 30. Discussion and seeking direction and approval of City Council related to the proposed sale of Housing Authority of the City of San Angelo of the following affordable housing rental properties for appraised values, providing that such housing remain affordable housing while under the ownership of the Housing Authority or during the affordability period for the home ownership housing. 2703 Junius, San Angelo, 1823 for approximately $88,000. 2717 Junius, 1823 for approximately $87,000. 2725 Junius, 1823 for approximately $82,000. I suppose that's square footage?
That is the appraised value for
Appraised-
2009.
Okay. 2735 Junius, 1823 for approximately $78,000. 2741, 1823 for approximately $82,000. 2034 Shelton, approximately $100,000. 2042 Shelton, approximately $100,000. Mr. Salas.
The city owns and manages the 5 duplexes over in Forest Park and 2 single-family rental units over there on Shelton Street. However, due to cuts to grants and to reduction in division staff, we are no longer manned to manage those properties. We're requesting the permission to sell these HUD-funded properties to the Public Housing Authority at appraised value. PHA is in the position to manage the properties in accordance with HUD rules and regulations, and they will maintain the affordability of these units. We will carry a 20-year note, and the payments will be reallocated to city programs identified in our annual action plan. It's a win-win for everyone, I believe, and we're asking permission to proceed with the sale.
Charlotte?
You said 2009 appraisal?
Yes, ma'am.
That was the absolute worst year of all in the economy for appraisals and property values, and it's several years old. I'm not fond of giving away expensed property items, and the current condition of these properties, there was an appraisal attached to our packet that I saw. The current condition and the remaining economic life
Sure.
is very important before I could even begin to consider a 20-year loan.
Sure. We would need an updated appraisal. We didn't want to proceed with the appraisal unless we get permission to proceed with the process. That's what we're asking right now. We still have to go through legal and do all the documentation that's required in the sale, which includes an appraisal, an updated appraisal.
That's why you said approximately?
Approximately, because that was a 2009. That's the latest we got.
Winky?
Yes, I have several problems and concerns. Obviously, a 2009 appraisal is no longer valid, but my concern and objection goes further than that. My preference would be that the city of San Angelo and the taxpayers cash in, and if you want to get rid of these properties. I don't believe in the city owning real estate anyway. I think this is a mistake to begin with. I do know from being around and in the housing and legal business for a long time that there have been problems with the housing authority, and I object to selling these on a slow 20-year note with 30-year-old properties. I think the taxpayers are put at risk, and I would vote for this if you'd go find you a federal loan, the housing authority to get their own loan and pay off the city, but I'm not for a slow note. So that's just my opinion.
What are the benefits of selling to the highest bidder?
The problem with the highest bidder is that there's an affordability attached to these properties, which means that it requires them to maintain a certain level of rent for 20 years. It's for the sheltered homes. We still have another 16 years of affordability. The duplexes have like 4 years left. But so that's the reason we didn't go with a public bid process. And PHA is HUD funded, and that's what they do for a living. They manage properties like these.
What I'm talking about, Charlotte, though, is go and get a HUD loan, public housing authority, and let them pay cash to the city.
Well, aren't you putting them on the tax roll if you turn around selling them anyway?
Well, we would, and the good thing about the extending it to a certain like 20 years is that the annual allocation of funds can be managed. If you get a one-time shot, that you have a big chunk of funds that you have to expend by a certain period of time, and it kind of puts my staff a little bit into a what's the problem, but it requires us to expend those funds relatively quick. With the extended 20 years, it allows us time to spend those funds appropriately. So that's where we're looking at us carrying the note. And of course, PHA, they're HUD funded, so they don't have a lot of money either. So we're trying to make it easier to manage these properties.
Plus, the profit will make that off the interest.
There'll be we were thinking of a no interest.
No.
Again, the PHA only has so much funds available, as you know. It's just like we do. It's more of a management issue, to be honest with you. I don't have a management staff to do it anymore. I need someone to take it over. They're positioned to do that. They're staffed to do that. And that was my idea.
So
long-term residents are
these, they're rental. They're rental. So we've had turnover, probably not as much as others, because the rent's relatively affordable. So we have a lot of folks stick around for a long
Social
time.
Security, fixed income, some
Yes.
handicap,
Yes.
they don't move around a lot.
That's correct. They do not.
usually die.
Yeah, they usually, well, in the duplexes, we rarely have a turnover unless, the inevitable happens.
So if one of them defaults on payment, what happens?
Oh, you talk about rent?
Yes.
Well, we ask them to pay it, and if we we let them catch up. If not, eventually, we evict them, like any other landlord. We're basically a landlord is what we're doing, and we've been doing that for the last 6 years, 7 years, since I've come on. We inherited these properties, by the way. It just so happened we took them on, and we continued getting the rent to help pay for some costs associated with it.
I'm gonna move to approve this and let you go do what you have to do, and just for the sake of discussion, I'm ready to move on with it. It's 2:11.
Anybody want to second that?
It's my understanding that you're going to go, if we approve this, you'll go get appraisals, and then if the appraisals come back in this approximate range, I suppose you'll sell them. If they don't, then what happens?
Well, if the appraisals come in too high, PHA won't be able to manage these, so they probably won't. The deal will probably be off, to be honest with you. We have to make it affordable to them. I mean, they're a nonprofit organization, just like we are. So they're limited on how much funds they have available. So then we're back to square one. How do we manage these? We're pretty limited, to be honest with you, because of the affordability. Otherwise, we'd sell them on the open market and get a lot more money for them.
What is the staff cuts from? Cut back in your budget or not finding people to fill the positions?
We have to actually cut a position. We're down to 3 staff. We've gone from 10 to 3 over the time I've been director.
But I just asked, why is that? Has council cut your budget? Has the government cut your budget?
The
or
government,
is it
federal funds.
federal funds?
Yes, ma'am. The federal funds have been cut drastically.
The way I see this, we need the appraisal no matter what.
Absolutely.
So, but I'm definitely not, Bob, in favor of doing a zero interest loan to anybody. I don't care whether it's federal government or whoever it is, low income. I think if we get the appraisals back, then we can decide as a council what we're going to do. Whether you can see is it PHA?
Yes.
You can see if PHA would be willing to do some kind of interest. If they're not, then maybe we go to another organization that would be.
Or the
sounds
high
like we
bidder.
got to sell them no matter what. You can't take care of them. We need to sell them.
That's the bottom line.
That's what it sounds like.
That's the bottom line.
Then it should go for her.
I like high bidder myself.
Yeah, and I'm all for that. I really don't think, this almost goes back to the lake stuff. We're not in property management. We're not good property managers.
Right.
So we shouldn't be taking care of these things, and we should, I see your problem where when you get all that money, and what I would be afraid of if I were you is you're going to get all that money, but you ain't going to get it. It's going to go in the general fund, and then you'll probably never see any of it, or very little of it.
And what really concerns me the most is that affordability period. We have to review it. We have to ensure that they're meeting that requirement. Or HUD could come back and ask us to repay them because we violated their contract.
Have we got a second?
No, but I'll make another motion.
I think it's time because we didn't get a second.
I move that we get a current fair market value appraisal on all these properties, and then we'll take action accordingly thereafter.
I'll second that.
Further comment from council? Public comment? The motion has been made that we get a new appraisal to update the 209 appraisal, and that you can bring it back to us then with the appraisal, and we'll make a decision at that time.
Will do. Thank you.
Motion's been made and seconded. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, nay. Put a 7-0 on that one.
Bob, maybe we can just figure out maybe we can try to get you that money tied back to you.
Right.
Follow-up and administrative issues. Number 31, consideration of and possible action on matters discussed in executive closed session if needed. Nothing needs to be brought forward. No decisions were made in executive. Consideration of approving 32, various board nominations of a council and designated council members. Fort Concho Museum Board, Gary Capers, SMD 4, to a first full term, January 2017. Zoning Board of Adjustments, Harry Carr, SMD 1, full first term, January 16. Does anybody want to make a decision either way on this?
Move for approval.
Second.
Don is approved. Don has made the motion. Marty has seconded. Any further comments on this from council?
Mayor, Mr. Capers has withdrawn his application, so it'll just be the one. for
Okay,
ZBA.
back out to Fort Concho Museum Board, Gary Capers, SMD 4, to a first full term January 17. We will only be considering B, which would be Zoning Board of Adjustments, Harry Carr, SMD 1, for a full first term January 2016. Does your motion still stand, Don?
Yes, sir.
Does your second still stand, Mr. Marty?
Yes.
Public comment. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, nay. Put a 7-0 on this one. Announcements and consideration of future agenda items. Start with you, Winky.
I'll abstain until I get mine in writing.
Don?
I'm good.
Charlotte?
Yes, I'm going to ask for an update on the accounting of, I believe it was a $2.2 million grant that was to build Producers Park and renovate Rio Vista Park. I would like to see where we are and have an accounting of how those monies were spent and any balances that are left. I'm sorry, I didn't hear you. The
Rio Vista and Producers Park.
The grant, there was a $2.2 million grant that was gotten to do those two items with, and since it was done, I've not seen an accounting as to what each one cost and where we stand. I know Rio Vista is not completed, is it?
It's very close, and
Very
producers.
close, but I just need to see an accounting of the
Do
grant.
you want just the grant dollars? Some of those, like producers, for instance, had large sums of contributions.
Yes, I want to
from
see all of it.
individuals. Okay.
Anything else? Johnny? Marty?
None at this time.
I know you have one. Do you want to put that lake lot on there?
Yeah, I think that we already talked about.
You already get
I
that
do
one?
want that, but I wanted to, it's two different things that we're going to be talking about. The lease, raising of the leases, and then
That one specific.
granting the lease.
Dwayne, I take.
Yes, sir.
Well, I wasn't, and I mentioned it to Rick earlier. There's some folks out there that they're wondering if we're moving on. I know we've used up a lot of the funds for the river bank stabilization, all those projects. So wondering if we're going to move to a second phase. I believe the funding is gone. And do we accumulate more funding through half-cent sales tax, or what's the idea there? Maybe, and just an update. I mean, just whatever our options are.
And we can, but basically, yes, it's half-cent sales tax and grant dollars, and those have been expended except for this area we're looking at in the putt-putt area and all that, where we have those dollars that we reported on exactly what we had left during our last presentation.
Yeah,
And
we
then-
approved the remaining dedicated dollars
Yeah.
that ate up all the budget.
And the only ones other than that out there is if the property, the Edgewater property, is ever sold, then that funding was taken from the river project would be returned to that project. So after that, it would require additional, you'd have to vote something. If you wanted to use half-cent sales tax dollars, that would have to be a ballot or something.
Winky, it's time for you.
Move to adjourn.
Second. All in favor, say aye. It's over.
We almost did it, but